They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong, I'm fighting you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, no what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. If I won't, I won't be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what he say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like you're chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, what I won't lit up, it's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. If I won't, oh baby, just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find it, you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the keys. Know what I need, I know what I need. You find the keys, the keys.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home.
Guess who's back?
Guess who's back?
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We love the thrill. They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. Introduce me. I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fascinated you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fascinated you. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fascinated you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fascinated you.
Are you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sniffing dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lines. Sneaky bitches never ever act with so nice. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my bed. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my bed. Take a seat in the back, yeah. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the Hall of Fame. So good, hell I'm all fine. Got a sweet little ooh, it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hear it all the time. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my bed. I'ma go get 'em. No time looking back, every day gotta do better. I'ma go get 'em. Blow the roof off for I really want to see, now go tell 'em. About to touch the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself on top, no weapons. On my own, I stop caring. Cause they keep telling me you can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my bed. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my bed. Take a seat in the back, yeah.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the raps. Call me the fiend up. Heavy work, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no odor. I've been an outcast, me and scared, we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts we move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G, M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human, if you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dubs on the vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. Where y'all lean up, cooking a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, telling my family it's proud. Willing to fight and we proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just walk up. 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops. We just make jams, full of McDots. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock. Came too far, now we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot. Yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, 100 with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang teleport terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. One in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Hello and welcome to the first Open Qualifier for the Icon series here in Malaysia. My name is TJ, and to guide me through, to help hold my hand through the Malaysian esports scene, I'm joined by Guitar Strings, otherwise known as Jackie. How are you doing this bright and early morning? For me, Jackie, I know it's a little later over where you are.
It's definitely really going well here for me, but I'm more worried about you staying up all night late over there where you're from.
I woke up, so it is 3 a.m. right now, and we are going strong. Speaking of going strong, this tournament is powered by Maggie, Yudu, and JBL, without whom this broadcast would not be possible. Let's circle around here and just kind of talk about what we're heading into. We do have 2 best-of-5 series to come today, and the winner of either of them has advanced out of the semi-finals in this Open Qualifier and booked their ticket to the main event later on. You can find all the details over on the ESL website. But Jackie, just looking at today's schedule, looking at the teams, what's exciting you right now?
Well, I think what we've known so far, Berjaya seems to be the strong one. But personally, I think Todak would be even stronger. But that's what my belief is. But it seems like Berjaya will likely take this one. They have a lot of achievement under their status so far, from what I can see.
Before we get too far into the schedule for today, though, let's take a look at the format for the ESL Mobile Open in whole, and be right back after that.
Welcome to ESL Mobile, the home of mobile esports. ESL Mobile is a global program designed to give you an opportunity to compete in your favorite mobile games, featuring multiple game titles, taking place in 3 regions and offering 2 levels of competition. There's something here for everyone. ESL Mobile Open is the gateway to competitive play, free to join and open to any resident of our supported regions. This is the best way for you to enjoy the thrill of victory and take your shot at winning cash prizes. Each season of Mobile Open will consist of 2 ladders, and the top competitors from each will qualify for the Mobile Open play-ins. ESL Mobile Challenge is your path to glory. If you are a top competitor in the Mobile Open play-ins, you will earn a spot in the Mobile Challenge season. The top team from each ladder will skip the play-ins and qualify directly for the Mobile Challenge season. This is where you'll have the chance to compete against the best players in your region. At the end of each season, top Mobile Challenge players will compete in the Mobile Challenge Finals to determine a winner and be crowned their region's champion. ESL Mobile is for everyone. This is your opportunity to join a diverse and growing community of players across the world and see just how far you can go.
I'm sorry, Jackie, we're moving fast. We gotta go look at the Mobile Open format, and then we can get back to talking about the format for today. You touched on both the matches we have today. Let's kind of start there. You said you were looking at the Berjaya Dragons and Todak?
Yeah, Berjaya Dragons, they have been actually, so far, after the release of Wild Rift in the Southeast Asia scenes, they have been getting first place on November last year, December as well, and also on January this year. And they're probably maybe getting forward with this one as well, but we'll have to see what's going to happen. But for the first match for today,
that'll be our second match of the evening. They're
yes,
playing.
that's the second. But for today, we're going to go up against with Homiee and Todak. Now, Homiee, they are quite unknown, but for Todak, they have a whole collage of history of what they have in stored, such as a Mobile Legend team, Dota team, and they have many of their histories. But for Wild Rift, it's a new game, and they should be doing quite well. I have no doubt in the Todak brand in general.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket, kind of what we're looking at for the tournament format overall. As we talked about earlier, these are going to be
menggunakan
two
single elimination best of 5 lawanan yang pertama Todak menentang Homiee, manakala seterusnya kita akan melihat pula Mikos Berjaya Dragons menentang RTZ Underank.
We'll move on to that Berjaya Dragons versus RTZ as our second semi-final and our second best of 5. If you win either of those best of 5s, Jackie, you are already through to the main event. No more shenanigans needed.
That's right. I'm really hoping to see some good underdog story, especially on the Homiee side, because I really support the underdogs mostly. So, yeah, that's my take on it for a personal preference.
I like it. And of course, if you're wondering how we got here, we played a full open bracket, a full open qualifier, I believe yesterday. You can find all the details on that, the full massive bracket. There were a lot of teams. I think it was in the 42 teams signed up for the first open qualifier. And you can find all that over on the ESL Play website. Sorry, what was that?
No, it's nothing. But yeah, I think that's going to be quite... You have any teams you want to look forward? Not that I think you know much about the Malaysian scene, right?
Well, I'm not super deep in the Malaysian scene, but I was obviously prepping for this broadcast, and I was taking a look back at what happened to the Berjaya Dragons as they were playing in the preseason tournament, which happened just a couple of days ago. And they got second in Game 5 of the Grand Finals, which was crazy to watch. It went all the way, and they fell just short in a very rough series versus a team called Geek Fan. So I'm looking at the rosters that played there. I'm looking at the players which have shuffled around to various teams, and I'm really looking forward to seeing some repeats of that.
Well, with the upcoming match so far, I have touched upon about Todak being a good brand in Malaysia, but let's talk about Homiee so far. And through my research so far, and they're actually a hostel. Can you believe it? They're a hostel brand. They host houses. So out of nowhere, they're doing esports for Wild Rift. So that's a good it's gonna be a good story for them to tell if they win this one back home for them.
Yeah, that's really fun to hear. I think my favorite, my favorite scene to keep track of is, I think, the Korean esports team, where you have all of these teams that are run by like Samsung and various telecom companies. But it happens obviously throughout Asia, so you get to have these non-endemic esports brands that aren't even just, oh, it's a sports brand, which happens sometimes in the West, but, oh, this is just a company that does a thing, and they're coming all the way into esports to field a team, which is really fun to watch, and you get some great puns, which is obviously my favorite part of it.
Hopefully in the future, esports will grow bigger to be the normal thing, you know, as you said, non-endemic brand. That's very important so far.
Let's take a look at our schedule for the day. We are operating, if you're wondering why some of this is a little slow on our end, we are operating on the schedule of the other broadcasts, so we're kind of waiting for them to hit their beats, go through their own branding. But this will be our schedule of the day. As we talked about, Todak versus Homiee, followed by Berjaya Dragons versus RTZ. We got the logos as well, as this will indeed be our next match. And you know what? When we saw this logo before, it didn't make sense to me. I was like, this doesn't look like an esports logo. They're supposed to be edgy.
Talk about Homiee?
But now that I know that Homiee is like it's not an esports logo, that fills in the blank.
Yeah, the Todak branding, I've never seen... Actually, the original logo is actually just the black part, if you could see, not the purple one. But yeah, here are the teams so far.
Here is the Todak roster. We were talking a little bit with our production team about the players on this roster. Is there anyone you'd like to call out here?
Well, apparently it seems like Sak8, which is actually pronounced as Sakit if you are Malay, which actually means pain for those international people, or hurt in the Malay language. So yeah, he's actually a ex-League of Legends player apparently in the Southeast Asia team, Malaysia. I believe he was at the KL Hunter. Is that what it was?
I believe so. Kongdu Hunters.
Yeah, somewhere around there. What about you? Anything catches your eyes throughout this team?
Well, for me it was that I was skimming the VODs, and these rosters have changed massively, like all across the board, from what was fielded during the preseason tournaments only a couple of weeks ago. And that is true in every region right now. You can take a look at the Homiee roster as well. That is true in every region right now, because there is just, like, Wild Rift is so new, everyone's kind of shuffling. But I was especially, I don't know, alarmed by, like, Berjaya Dragons came in second place during that tournament, and they have 2 members of their team that I saw that are still on that same team. Like, we are making changes here.
Well, that's what esports all about, changing all the time just to see what fits. But here's my question to you. Do you believe in a losing team that keeps staying together to get better, or do you believe in changing a team to get better, which is constantly changing?
You know, that is definitely... I have a bias as a caster. I want the team to stay together so that we can keep telling that story, and that's a little bit hard to balance with whether or not that's actually more successful. Speaking of telling stories, I'm going to tell you a story about the new JBL Quantum Series headset, which is available now. You can visit jbl.com.my for more information. Did you see that segue? We changed subjects so fast, so subtly, no one even saw it coming.
Well, that was a very well done by you.
We are going to go to a very quick break, and when we come back, we are going to get into the draft for game number 1. Before we do that, though, I'm going to tell you about Yadu, who are a telecom service operating in Malaysia. And if you would like to know about their great rates, their prices are kind of insane. I looked them up, at least to me, they're stunning. You can scan that QR code and download their app right now. do you have a prediction? I know we did a little bit of research. We were able to get some views on the teams. Can I get a prediction out of you before we head to that?
I already said my prediction earlier on. My prediction will be Homiee, just because I love the underdog story. But yeah, they are quite unknown. Not well-known brand, not well-known teams, players. So that's where my rooting's gonna be. And as for you?
I was looking at the teams, I was looking at the players, I was able to pull up some of the individual players. And for me, it is all Todak all the way. They look like the better team on the day, and you know, I can't betray being a proper analyst who sees everything coming.
Like I've said, underdogs all the way, because underdog stories makes the best story. Forecasters, I'm sure you agree.
Yeah. No, I've been having a lot of fun as well on Wild Rift recently. I think we should talk about that as we are heading towards that break, because we are getting here our first opportunity to really see Wild Rift competitively played. And that's kind of crazy. This is going to be one of the first tournaments in this Icon series, one of the first tournaments that is properly displaying high-level competitive play globally, and I can't wait to get a peek in. Is there anything you're especially looking forward to here?
Some Akali gameplay, that's for sure. I want to see Akali dashing around in. Yeah, and also Lee Sin, that's for sure.
All right.
But yeah.
Well, we will delay no longer. Nah, there's going to be a slight delay. We'll go to a break, and then we'll come back. We'll come back with the Pink Bands, with game number 1 of this best of 5 series. You won't want to miss it.
Lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai, dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up. Look into my eyes, and now just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sniffing dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lies. Sneaky bitches never ever act with zone eyes. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Take a seat in the back, yeah.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
It's a bright and early 3 a.m. where I am, Jackie, and I celebrated earlier while we were waiting for the show to start by winning a game of Wild Rift as Galio support, which I'm convinced I'm right about. We're going to be heading towards game number 1 of the series as well. My name's TJ, joined by Jackie or Guitar String. Galio support, will you buy in?
No, I've only been playing Wild Rift, and I haven't played Galio yet, but I've been seeing him quite a while, so Galio support, perhaps, but not my cup of tea, that's for sure.
Alright, because he's got a global teleport, so he can just be anywhere on the map, and he can jump all the way across, and then because the map's smaller, if you dash to mid lane, you can run all the way back in time. I'm just saying, I'm on to something. We're going to be heading towards the pick ban phase here in a moment between Todak and Homiee, and maybe we can see my Galio.
Wait, is it Galio? Are they playing on this patch right now for Galio? The Galio patch?
Oh,
you're
idea? Right. I don't know. I do not know the answer to that. I assume it's live. I believe they are just playing the latest patch, but I do not know.
I've heard that they're playing this patch next week, but we're gonna go on to this draft right here.
Ooh.
Okay, so it looks like my Arista has been banned, which I really like Arista a lot. So, and they will ban the Wukong as well.
Yeah, Lee Sin, Alistair, Wukong, all on the chopping block. With the Alistair ban, that's interesting to me. It's obviously a target of our star player, Sake, over there, as Todak will not be allowed to give their former League of Legends pro the most powerful support of the day. And you're not going to get your Akali gameplay either as they hit the ban list.
Well, it looks like Alista and Akali, yep, two of my favorite champs in the game. But yeah, the support Arista has been picked quite a lot throughout this Wild Rift I've seen so far in other tournaments. And there will be a Corki on the side of Todak.
I would classify our Cowboy as the most powerful support right now, so it's good to see that that's still kind of considered true.
And
we do get the Corki.
Yeah, the Corki. I've heard that it's been. I've heard actually in some regions it's been played in mid, such as Europe, but in Southeast it's been playing as the ADC. On the
I was about to bring that up, because in League of Legends PC, Corki is a mid laner. That's what you use Corki for. But if you've, as I think your statement revealed, if you've been playing Wild Rift in Southeast Asia, you know Corki is an AD carry. So expect to see that here. Jarvan also sliding in, presumably in the jungle, but can also be played in the various side lanes here in Southeast Asia. We have Gragas probably as a support, joined by Orianna probably in mid, and Vi in the jungle for Homiee as we start things off.
And Gragas has been picked up quite a lot as well in the S tier list of a little initiation coming in from Gragas. Oh, is that Teemo? They're hiding Teemo on Todak's side.
Oh, I'm not ready for this. Not in game number 1.
Oh no!
Please no.
Teemo's gone. Well, Brom's pretty good as well with the first ability, managing to slow, and also the ultimate, controlling the whole team fight, along with Jarvan as well. It's gonna be really good, along with Ziggs. Yeah, it's actually a good combination coming in from Todak's side.
I got my Leona, so everything is good. I do think that Ziggs is a good shout. I'm glad we called it out because it's probably going to be going into that mid lane, confirming that the Corki is sliding down into bottom. This Yasuo, should it be locked in, will probably go towards the top side, but everything can be flexed. Over on the Homiee side, it's a little bit more predictable that Leona will be your support. Your Xayah will take the AD carry role. I think Xayah is maybe the most powerful AD carry right now. Just due to her incredibly long range. So this is, I think, going to be a winning lane for Homiee, and across the entire map, I think I like their draft more. The advantages that Todak do have is they have the Ziggs, which is an incredibly strong pusher, and they have kind of a little bit of a kettle comp, as the Jarvan Cataclysm can come in and set you up to rain in damage. You can look for Corki's Valkyrie, you know, leaving a trail of fire over the top there. Very, very dangerous if the Cataclysm does find good initiation. But overall, I think I actually like Homie's draft more.
So, are you agreeing with me that Homiee will be taking this one? The game 1, at least.
Yeah, I don't know. I came in so strong with such a firm prediction, but I do really like Homie's draft. It is very traditional. It is very traditional League of Legends. Like, they are... If you were a League of Legends PC viewer who had never seen Wild Rift before, the Homiee draft would make you happy. I think this is probably going to come down to just the play around the Jarvan and Ziggs over on Todak. And if they are able to get that Ziggs out ahead, start blowing up turrets, we were watching a game where the Ziggs did exactly that. Your map can just vanish in seconds.
Funny thing is that before the game starts, you were talking about how you think Homiee will win, but now I think Todak will be the one winning, actually. So I think we've
flipped.
I think we flipped, but inside of my heart, I'm gonna call for Homiee because underdog story. I'm gonna keep repeating it. But here we go with game number 1 with Todak versus Homiee.
Yeah, as we head into things, both teams will actually start with an invade. You can see Todak here on your map, pushing in onto the opposing red buff. Homiee on your screen doing the same thing. That just means we've got what we call a vertical jungle. It's the normal jungle, but instead of being split horizontally, it's been split vertically.
And it looks like it will be a dual mid for Homiee. Zig's gonna have a little tough time here, but as we know, Zig will be taking down the wave pretty fast. Actually, they're going all over the map here on the Homiee side. Zai's getting closer.
Big roams out from Homiee. This Orianna actually taking up space down here on the bottom lane. You do have Xion, the Jarvan player, bringing that Jarvan player down there as well.
And you can see Xayah just harassing up Famous, well, trying to harass, but the Ziggs just stands 2 behind the little feathers coming in. So he should be doing fine as long as he's careful about it.
And that's going to be something to watch. I talked about the range of Xayah. I was seeing Xayah as probably poking out this Corki. But they're not playing Corki into Xayah. They're playing Corki down here in the bottom lane into an Orianna, who is much shorter ranged, is much less capable of just poking out the poor Corki. So, we will reset to a neutral map state. There was early presence down there on the bottom side from Xion over on the Jarvan, but nothing came of it. So now our jungle presence is up on the top side, where you're going to have a dive in. Jungle all the way behind here, forcing Baytax to flash behind the turret. Grand Challenge was already spent. Mega Inferno Bomb will follow. Xion dives in. Two very low HP members of Homiee are running for their life. Gonna lose Zen, but that will be all. So first blood over the Todak.
They were really trying to dive up for that first kill there, but they're gonna get reverse Uno card by Todak, so well done to Todak. Almost getting a double kill though, but getting one is good enough for a first blood, that's for sure.
Yeah, very, very aggressive attempt there from Jungle Roll, which is a new in-game name. I believe this is actually Leaf, according to their record.
Looks like Orianna is gonna go mid though. Your prediction,
Eventually,
correct?
yeah.
Orianna mid right now. But yeah, they're all going all over the map. But
Leaf rolled in behind the Fiora, which just seemed very over-aggressive to me because Fiora's early survivability is pretty high. You have that riposte where you can just deny entry. So there was just no way it felt like that kill was found.
But it's gonna be 14 seconds left before the first Drake's gonna get spawned up here, or rather down here. And I believe the team will be coming in for that fight soon.
Yep.
And who do you think is gonna take this win though? Who do you think will take the win in terms of the Drake fight?
Yeah, so you can see them setting up vision and zoning around it in a way that just aren't right now. I do think the Braum can contest early, but maybe when their damage coming from Ziggs and Corki, Todak just don't want to take that risk, because those two characters do take a moment longer to start up.
And now Corki's gonna be bottom. I don't think they're contesting this Drake anytime soon. I feel like they want to fight first. They definitely want to go fight first.
Yeah, Leaf leaping in, poking underneath the turret, but not finding the kill. You do have that Drake, I believe, being started now for Homiee on the minimap, as they begin to chip away at it. It's like it does have vision of it, but doesn't want to push underneath the entire squad. At least not without further backup. The presence of both junglers here, though, makes this so dangerous. Neither team is willing to full commit. Neither team is willing to go all the way.
We had a deja vu of this yesterday, I think, in one of my casting, where both teams are like just afraid. But this is kind of a typical fight at a Drake, usually. It all depends who makes a mistake.
Fabian, Todak now with the majority of their team, 4 players here for both sides. But Todak are the ones to back. And so after extended poke, it looks like we're going to start things off for Homiee. Now they do not have control. They are taking this Drake on a board, which they have just now cleared. So here comes Todak, well aware. Mega Inferno Bomb will fall short. Very low HP on the Drake. It's a dive in. The Spider's wide. Shove does not get it. The Drake goes to Homiee. Shockwave to follow. Famous, very low at the back of this fight. Will be shredded by the Blade Caller as the damage is just pumped out by this Sire. Nobody dies yet for Todak, but they are fleeing behind the turret. Finally, a player will fall. That's going to be Famous over on the Ziggs. And maybe more as the poke keeps flying in. Majority of Todak get away, however, and it will indeed be that one death only. We get the Drake, however, and a kill.
Now, I think on Homie's side, I think they really like to really play ferociously. You can see how they just went behind the tier 1 tower at the bottom lane. And they did it at the early stage as well at the top, even though they got first blooded. So I think their playstyle is pretty aggressive on Homie's side.
And I have gotten word that the lag you can see is indeed, I was worried it was an issue on my end, but it is indeed a larger technical issue that we are resolving. It's the early days.
But yeah, looking
should
at
be able
Homiee, the Homie's gonna do a lot of damage. A really aggressive team composition here coming in, and I think Oriana's teamfight potential can be really great, combined with Zaya's abilities as well. And then Vi can just frontline and tank.
Yeah. The potential of Vi to tank is there, but it comes from CC, right? It's about knocking people up and sustaining them, whereas, you know, you're looking at the Leona, the Gragas to just actually take the punishment, to just actually take the hits. Speaking of, Zen very nearly takes a hit, has to run back behind the turret.
And they will be taking this bottom turret now with the Rift Herald.
Yeah, top lane the turret does go down as Homiee press very aggressively onto Baytax, but they're going to lose this trade. If they just play this cross map,
they're going to lose another one, I think. They're going to lose another one.
Take the turret.
They for
Zen
sure
with the
lose
dive
another
on
one.
in. Yeah, this is really rough.
Now that's without the Zig that we talked about, Zig pushing fast, so imagine what the Zig can do. Right now they need to push the mid tower to get more map control for Todak.
Oh dear. Xion will drop the Cataclysm, but there's just no way out. Will come out of the GA, instantly be stunned by the Solar Flare. Welcome back, and goodbye. Reviving right
like
underneath the power of the sun.
Looks like both teams are quite balanced though, in terms of kills and in terms of gold lead. Not too far from each other, but in terms of towers, yep, definitely Todak's winning this in terms of the towers department, but I feel like of course the advantage does go to Todak because of the bot lane. I think Todak needs to charge up the mid lane next, just get more control, and I feel like they will.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a good point with all the pressure on the bottom lane with the Rift Herald. Todak were able to keep this very even. The advantage that Homiee has rests entirely in that Drake they have. And there's going to be another one shortly.
Yep, the next objective will be coming up soon. We got 3 seconds on the Baron Asher and also the next Drake coming up right now. So we're gonna have to see a little setup coming in from Homiee because they're really close to the Drake right now.
Here we go. Drake up. Todak nowhere nearby. Just watching from the side as this Drake gets absolutely shredded. There's the redemption. A poke in, a dive. No, Flag Drag is cancelled. He's CC'd away. Drake will be secured. A long range snipe find the kill, and Xion just needs to run away. The shockwave doesn't find anything. This could be very bad for Homiee, as they are unable, it looks like, to find any kind of control of that teamfight. They come in behind the Drake tank itself and find a 3-for-2 trade.
So well done by
4-for-2 trade.
Okay, well done by the Todak for sure, but they still have the advantage so far. Actually, they have the gold advantage now and the kill advantage, but not by much, so it's still a comebackable win for Homiee. But I have a prediction that Todak, if Homie's not careful, Todak will definitely scale better in the end of the game.
Yeah, what are you looking for specifically? Is that Corki and Ziggs?
Corki and Jarvan, I feel like it is our team fight. I feel like Homiee can definitely win. But yeah. Corki and Jarvan, if they get caught out by Homiee, it's not looking good for them.
You also have just so much of Homie's damage tied up inside that shockwave, the Oriana ultimate. Really rough when you miss it like that last one. Speaking of missed ultimates though, the package Valkyrie will go wide from the Corki. And so Todak don't find anything with their engage. However, they start the Drake regardless, which makes this very messy as the Solar Flare comes through. It's going to be a full-on 5v5 for the Baron. Very low HP on Homiee as they try to find the entry, but their AD carries are still alive. The tanks are dead. You still have this Xayah pumping in damage from the back of the fight. You still maybe have something from the Orianna. That is enough of a threat to scare Todak away. No, nobody died, but they have such low HP, they don't dare step up.
It just seems like Todak keeps almost dying, but Homiee ends up the one being dying here. Todak is just too strong. Corki definitely doing his job, slaughtering everyone.
Yeah, really, really good play from Fabi in these fights. And it felt a little disconnected from Homiee as well. Like, the Xayah didn't manage to get in range of that fight, and doubly so for LCC, who was just completely zoned out of actually, doing anything with their attacks.
I think Homie's issue is that their team comp is centered around Orianna and Xayah. So if they aren't able to land their combos, it's, they can't really do much here. But it's going to be a fight coming soon, I think. They're just poking up and down around.
You don't have a lot of natural, ball carriers for the Orianna, so it gets a little messy, trying to ferry that Orianna shockwave into the team fights. And I guess Leona can do it, but that's kind of what you're hoping for. You don't have the Alistair or anything like that. Guess what time it's about to be?
It's Drake? Is that what you're gonna say?
It's Drake time, baby.
I'm gonna say it's hero time, because I was thinking of Ben 10 apparently.
Oh, dive in. We can talk about Ben 10 as well, but we should address... Never mind, we can talk about Ben 10. Nothing happens. Homiee falls short. Poke around the side will scare Todak all the way out of this Ocean Drake, as this would be the third of the game over to Homiee.
Yeah, Homiee is controlling everything.
Cataclysm in. Mega Inferno Bomb to follow. There's a little bit of the combo they were looking for. You also have the Duelist deployed. A deep dive in from the back line. And you do this time have LCC managing to find damage. That makes all the difference. The poke over the wall is there. LCC and the Xayah flash forward. This time, Homiee are able to bring their damage dealers to bear. And they come out on top of the team fight. A complete wipe, but no dragon.
Alright, that was a nice ult coming in by Orianna, saving them. But hey, looks like my heart says Homie's gonna win. It looks like Todak, but we'll have to see. You have to see. You'll never know. You never know. The name's not over yet.
The Drakes at this point are going to be making a pretty huge difference. But if there's anyone like you in the Todak camp, you do need to be paying attention to the gold, which is still in their favor.
Yeah, and also tower-wise too. Tower-wise, they have the top to take or bottom to take. They could choose whatever they want. Maybe take a... Oh wait, sorry, I was gonna say Rift Herald, but if they had a Rift Herald, they could just put one top and put one bottom, and they just push bottom, but no, not for them today. But yeah, they have choice of doing some sneaky plays on taking either top or bottom tower, if they can. And
I'd like to highlight
Herald,
my favorite item in the game. Look at how many gargoyle stone plates we have over on Homiee. Literally everyone who has to frontline has built one. Xion will drop the Cataclysm. Shockwave will interrupt them. Easy kill. Xion's gone. There's no jungler on the map now for Todak. And that should make it that much more difficult to contest a Baron. They're going to have a very lucky steal from the Ziggs bomb or something.
The Homie's been taking everything so far. I wouldn't be surprised if they take this one, and they have taken this one. So they're controlling a lot of stuff.
Dive in. Solar Flare. This gets dangerous. 2 more kills passed over. And poor Famous has got to ride like the wind, Jackie. There's going to be a firm chase attempt.
Homiee
Zed
aggressive
is so
team.
fast. That is intimidating.
Homiee a very aggressive team in general. They're not stopping. They're going. And you said about the gargoyle. Yeah, definitely going in really strong and tanky.
Yeah, I'm just find it really entertaining because this is true in both versions of League of Legends. But there's a dedicated support shielding item, right? Locket of the Iron Solari in League of Legends, it's Locket of something else in Wild Rift. And it sucks. It gives you like 5 shield. And the only reason you would ever build it is if you have like a very squishy team, and that's going to make the difference. But I'm really enjoying the fact that nobody here is interested in shielding their teammates. It's got to get big. Solar Flare, stun combo, shockwave, they're gone.
And they're just slowly chipping in more and more towers here, and the turret will be going down. This one will go down as well.
Yep. Baron in
I
hand.
think they can do
this
it.
looks to be game number 1. Let's turn
And the game number
pull
one will
all the
go
way
to
back
Homiee.
behind their Nexus. And this will be Homiee diving all the way in to end it. A desperate last stand comes out. The front line is there. And they are gone just as quickly as they arrived. Game number 1, 1-0 to Homiee in our best of 5 semi-finals. And a little bit of an upset to start us off.
I think we actually missed the part where they actually pushed bottom. Have you noticed that Todak actually got the bottom tower? We never actually pointed that out.
I did.
I just realized at the very end, the tower went down, and that was their advantage. Sort of advantage, even though Homiee has got a lot more stuff. But a glimmer of slight hope coming in for Todak, but Homiee would just, they're taking drakes after drakes after drakes. They've got it everything. It's like a gold mine for them. So good job on Homie's end, and good job for my inner heart prediction of the underdogs.
Well, you predicted both teams. You're
Okay,
not allowed to do
okay.
that.
My heart says...
I came in here and I admitted I was wrong, and I said to Homiee, I didn't think they were going to win, but I looked at the draft and now I think they're going to win. You saw the draft and went the opposite way.
Well, we can't both be in the same direction now. Someone has to cheer for someone,
Okay,
right?
fair enough. I think you raise a really good point with the objective focus. That felt like the edge that Homiee were able to develop that game as they got almost... I think they did get every single Drake. There was one that was a very weird steal where the Xayah feather got it. But they did get every single Drake. They did get the only Baron of the game. The only objective they lost was, I believe, the first Rift Herald. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, they got 2 towers at the bottom, but look at here, we can see who's doing the best, and apparently, yep, Orianna. One of your favorites,
What does
right?
SVP stand for?
Where does it say SVP?
It's
Am I
the
blind?
MVP of the losing team gets SVP.
Oh, gone now.
I genuinely have no clue what it stands for. Here is the stats. Damage-wise, I think that's the most interesting number you're going to see here. You can see that Todak really are like out-damaging the very limited damage that is available for Homiee. You know, you're looking at a Xayah, you're looking at Orianna, they're not going to be doing huge amounts of sustained damage, but what they are doing is much more confirmed burst. If you get full comboed by an Orianna, by a Xayah, you die. So, though Homiee were doing less overall damage, they were confirming the kills faster. And that makes a difference here.
And to answer your question for what SVP is, I think that means second valuable player. Is that what it means?
That's as good a guess as any. I like second valuable player. Let's talk about game number 2, because we do have a best of 5 series, and I believe I'd like to give a shout out to our producers, because I could see that we were getting a little less lag towards the end of that game, so hopefully we'll be smooth sailing out from here on the tech side. What do you see as the path to go smooth sailing out from here over on the Todak side? What needs to change?
Seems like if they were to punish them, I feel like they should like probably punish their aggressiveness. Judging from this is just game 1, so we wouldn't know what kind of playstyle they really are, like what kind of team they are. But from that one game, seems like Homiee love to play aggressively and dive in. So if they could like capitalize on that and maybe fight in or prepare the Drakes basically the objectives earlier, they could probably do better with Todak. Setup, basically.
I think you're contesting the early objectives is an obvious win. Part of the reason they weren't able to, though, was the draft, right? Because they started game with lanes that were just going to lose the early fights. So I would like to see them draft something a little more aggressive. I am told we're ready to go, though, to a quick break. We'll be back with game number 2 in a very quick moment, and you won't want to miss it as we continue to blast forward here at the Icon Series Open Qualifier number 1.
Lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, telah pun tiba. Xian telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down, first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Girls gon' dance, homies I walk. Came too far, then we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot. Yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, hunted with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, telah pun tiba. Xian telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
I'm back. You didn't hear anything. I forgot to unmute.
I was
made
worried for a
horrible
second
mistake.
there. I was worried.
You're all right, Jack. I'm the one that made the mistake. You're still watching the Icon Series qualifier for Malaysia #1. My name's TJ. That is Jackie Guitar String, who would not make such a horrible mistake. And we have just seen game #1 in which there was a horrible mistake made, Jackie. Because I was told that Homiee were the underdogs. I was told they were, coming in with no record.
Yeah, like I've said, I cheer for the underdogs, and they're just a hostel company. So, yeah, big surprise there. Todak is a big esports company in Malaysia, so very surprising for us to see that Homiee out of nowhere literally charging in, diving behind towers. But yeah.
Yeah, can we kind of talk through how that game 1 happened? What were the big moments to you when we started seeing that early momentum get picked up by Homiee?
It seems like Todak was doing well at the early because Homiee, as I've said, they love to dive, and then they got the objective with the Rift Herald going bottom, getting 2 towers, and then suddenly things change out of nowhere. Was it? What do you think? Do you reckon it was the Drake fight? The next Drake fight? There's a lot of Drake fights.
So much of the game comes down to the way these two teams played around the objectives, the Drakes, the Heralds. And there was so much focus, as we get a look at these replays, on these early Drake fights from Homiee. This was the one fight that Todak did win around an objective. They didn't get the Drake. And then everything afterwards started to feel like, oh, there's just no way to turn this back around. You see the burst coming out from this Orianna Xayah. What do you do about it?
Corki was actually doing very well, though. As I've said, Team Todak, it just seems like they were the better team. And then suddenly, just out of nowhere, this Orianna Xayah just conquering everything. I think
it was a pretty big power spike. It was a pretty big power spike for the Xayah. I believe they had just completed the second item when that turn came around. So you can see that, they're scaling up into being able to launch the full combo regularly. You want to be able to be... and this is something that PC Xayahs can't do, but Wild Rift Xayahs can do. Constantly cycling out blades, in blades. Blade Caller is on so much shorter of a cooldown that Xayah can kind of operate as this burst mage. And so you had her and the Orianna just nuking individual targets once they got into the mid-game.
Well, moving on after game 1, talk about game 2 coming in. I actually have I have a prediction that I think Team Todak would probably study up now, taking this loss and actually improve on themselves. So that's my personal guess. What about you? Look at Homiee so far.
I mean, that game 1 was very close, and it felt like Todak weren't weighting the objectives properly enough. They put a lot of emphasis, like we said, on the Rift Herald, which, you can weigh in on this as well, but there's kind of an ongoing discussion across every version of League of Legends about the actual value of the Rift Herald. Because if you are trading a Rift Herald for a Drake, the other team is getting permanent buffs. The Drake, especially in Wild Rift, where those buffs are a little bit more impactful, they are permanently going to be a better team. Whereas you're getting a turret. Like, that's what the Rift Herald gets you. So I did actually get Todak 2 turrets in that last game, but is that worth it? I think that's a very general conversation that Todak fell victim to. In their case, it was absolutely not worth it because these fights just got harder and harder to win.
Yeah, it looks like Todak was winning at first. The bottom tower, 2, you said 2, but then at the end there was a 3rd, which the camera did not catch, I think. But yeah.
They got the inhibitors, right?
Yeah, the inhibitor turrets. But unlike the PC version, there aren't any inhibitors. So, yeah, it felt like they were almost going to win. But, okay, almost would be a bit too much to say. But Homiee, doing great with everything else.
I mean, let's maybe start talking players as we head towards the draft for game number 2. Who kind of stood out to you? We were raising up the Corki, and I think we want to see another star performance in the mid lane from Todak in game number 2. But I've received words. It's time to go to a quick break. We will be back with that game number 2 that we've been talking up, the pick ban, right after this.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk secara cepat telah pun tiba Xiang telah pun sampai dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to say.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lifting you, can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove, let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what to say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Get what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like a chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. Oh, baby, just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find it, you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Know what I need, I know what I need. To find the keys, the key.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy. Like I'm stuck in a daydream. And you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war. But I can't do this anymore, no. So, take me to a place I know. Somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. Need you more than you know. Just baby, feel like home.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk secara cepat telah pun tiba Xiang telah pun sampai dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to say.
And we're back as the Open Qualifier continues. My name's still TJ, still alongside Jackie. And we were talking just moments ago about what we were hoping to see in the draft. We kind of got cut off. We're marching to the beat of the other stream. So I wanted to go back to that question. What do you want to see change? Who are you kind of celebrating out of that game 1?
Celebrating game 1 definitely will be, even though they lost, Corky has got a bunch of kills early on, right? From the early till all the way till almost the end, but no victories for him. But what I would like to see
That would be Fabi. Sorry to cut you off
Yeah.
there. That would be Fabi over on Todak.
Yeah, Fabi, nice job on his side. But as I said, I still want to see an Akali. So
All
let's see if
right.
Akali
Well,
will get
we're
banned.
heading into the draft. Well, you know what? I'm pretty confident we'll see an Akali this draft, Jackie. I think she's going to be probably the second ban for Homiee.
Okay, well, we'll take a look and see. They did ban the little Orianna. Will get banned. Or is it gonna be Akali? I think it will be.
Homiee spend their time banning out the Vi. And this means, oh no, it's just target bans all the way. Okay, so all of the most powerful characters in the meta have just gotten through. Everything that's been banned out, save for the Lee Sin, is a specific response to that last game. And guess what that means?
Let's go Akali, man. But they also, Homiee actually banned out Corki as well, as we said, Fabi. So they definitely are afraid of the Corki after seeing what that guy could do. And look, the two banned champions from last game is now on the table. The Alistar and the Akali.
That means we're going to see the Gragas thrown into one of the solo lanes here, which is exciting to me as Alistar takes up a slot down in the support role. The Akali will also be a solo laner or a jungler. I saw jungler Akali in a EU tournament the other day and it blew my mind. But the Wukong will take that role probably. Ziggs as well over on Todak.
So would you say this Ziggs is a mid and Akali onto the duo lane? A top lane, I mean, solo lane?
I would guess Akali takes top, Baron lane. That would be my guess. Assuming Wukong is in the jungle, but everything's so flexible, right? You could put the Akali in the jungle, the Wukong top. We got options. Homiee, being denied that Ziggs, still do want to go for their little kettle comp. You get the Cataclysm out of that Jarvan, you have the Alistar as well, so there's a very good CC frontline. And you're looking for damage that can follow it up. Ezreal is one part of that, and I expect to see a heavy-hitting mid laner also picked up in Homie's last slot. As Todak grab an AD carry in the form of the Xayah, and a support in the Braum.
Braum, one of my favorite support coming in that I have recently started playing. So I really do like the ulti coming in, controlling as well, along with Ziggs ulti. So great control, and Xayah as well, doing all those damage coming in.
Ooh, okay. What goes mid for Homiee? Guess Gragas, probably?
Gragas, I've heard, yep, he's definitely a flex pick, so mid looks like it could be a mid.
And that is what appears to be happening. Gragas will take mid versus the Ziggs. We'll get the Akali Darius top lane. And overall, I'm very excited by this draft. I'm gonna flip the script and say that when you get both Akali and Ziggs, I think you've won any given draft. When you get Akali, Ziggs, and Xayah, I think the game's over. No matter how fun an Alistar combo you set up over for the Homiee side, I'm all in on Todak here for round number 2.
I'm gonna follow you as well on that. Todak will be... Nope. I'm gonna go to my heart. It's either my heart or my logic. You're gonna go for Homiee. We're gonna go for Homiee. Yeah, Homiee. I just like going on the opposite for most people.
Okay, well, we call that playing devil's advocate, but you've got to advocate. Talk me through it. How do you see this Homiee draft working out? What's your ideal game state?
Well, I feel like they're probably gonna go for the same tactic again, objectives and diving with the Gragas as well, going in. And Homiee, I just think you just have to be careful, I feel. Because as you said, Todak, as I said, logically wise, I would probably pick Todak. So they do have to play careful on the Homiee side with all those damage coming in from Akali, from Xayah, and the control as well from Suck 8. So yes, I just countered myself, even though you asked me why do I think Homiee will go well. But that's just a feeling, you know, Homiee. But obviously I would pick Todak.
Alright. Jack, he doesn't have a good reason. He just feels it in his gut. And I respect that. Let's take a look at the map as we head into game number 2. Things have started slow yet again. All those lane assignments have played out how we thought they would, so points to us.
I feel like everything's kind of standard so far, because the last game, everyone was just going through each other's jungle all over the place, but seems like this is like a normal pub game in terms of laning wise.
I don't know what pub games you've been playing, but mine have been a mess, so they were a little bit more like game number 1.
Well, that means you're just better. Could teach me a few rounds.
I wouldn't describe the NA server as better. I would describe NA Wild Rift as chaotic.
Chaotic.
A little bit of an aggressive look here from Homiee as they slide up towards the top side of the map. Basex is ready for them. Will go in 1v3, staying inside the smoke veil. That gives them enough cover to, you know, trade positively there. Overall, Todak win the exchange and now look to punish it, diving forward. And this should be first blood. The Alistair knock away from the headbutt is not enough. First blood will be picked up by the Ignite, taking over on Xion.
Okay, as I've said before, Team Homiee, they do love to dive a lot. But yeah, but the point does go to Todak instead. So, just like last game, the same storyline.
Just like last game, Homiee are so interested in picking up these Drakes, they bring their entire team to bear. Xion barely escapes with their life, Bezax does not. A fight in the top side goes against Todak, simultaneous to Sake dying around the Drake pit. So things have started very well for Homiee.
Who do you think is going to be taking up in the later stage of the game?
I mean, like I said during the draft, I find it so hard to bet against Todak having Akali, Xayah, and Ziggs. Like, that just feels overwhelming once you have full items. But I don't know, you can make an argument for Ezreal. Ezreal can get gross if you get him out ahead.
I feel like Todak has a lot of solo picks. And in a team fight, it would be kind of hard for Akali to shut down 3 tanky champs like Listar, Gragas, and Darius.
That is certainly something to pay attention to. I think a lot of the late game damage is gonna, you're gonna want to see it start from the Xayah, from the Ziggs, and then Baytax on the Akali clean things up.
But the other day I was actually getting shut down by Akali, just like 2-touch, and I'm dead. So maybe it will happen here as well.
On Alistair or something?
What was I playing? I think it was, Braum. I was playing Braum. I got killed like 2 hits. I got bullied by Akali. That's why
a good sell a few times.
That's why I've been talking about Akali getting picked up so much, because I have nightmares from it. And here we go, Homiee once again.
Now, you know what time it is? It's Drake time. And yet again, Todak aren't especially interested in taking the first couple of Drakes of the game. Indeed, they send all of their resources up towards the top side of the map where they're going to take a turret. There's just one problem. Homiee are able to match that, and if all goes to plan, Homiee are going to get that Drake and then take a swing at the turret. So it'll be turret for turret, but Homiee get the Drake on top of it.
Are they forcing Homiee to back? Nope, they're actually coming in. Todak defending it.
Ooh.
Oh, they actually do defend it. One more hit away. Okay, they got the top tower and they got the top tower, and they saved the somehow saved the bottom turret. I don't know if that counts as a save though.
Yeah, that turret is like 90 years old, only legally alive, living in a retirement home.
There.
You know, just Wukong things running through the bush. Todak is trying to get in behind that turret, maybe get something away from the Ezreal as we start things off here, but Xion was not able to find the opportunity. And here come Homiee into the retirement home to close out this turret.
And the bomb turret will be going down. Will Homiee get the next objectives coming in with the Rift Herald? And I see Gragas heading on towards there. Nope. Actually, don't know. Looks like Todak will be pinging.
Todak are certainly aware of it. You can see Sake just put down a ward there. So they know that they will know in a couple of moments that Homiee are doing the Rift Herald. But it's dying very quickly, so I don't know if Todak are going to be able to do anything about it.
But I feel like Homie's going to take this one. Oh, maybe not actually.
Xion goes in, Cyclone knocks up 2, Mega Inferno Bomb will combo perfectly. Your Pulverize is too late. Rift Herald does go over to Homiee, but they're losing almost everyone. A deep backline dive from BTX should find one, but the Darius shuts him down. Guillotine getting revenge. 2 for 1 on the trade. Todak come out on top, but Homiee get the Rift Herald.
So is that still Homiee coming out on top after getting Rift Herald? Or is it even? Not judging by the
I think it depends what you get from the Rift Herald, right?
Oh,
if this is just a Rift Herald that shows up and hurts a turret, absolutely not. But if you can get a full turret, maybe 2, then yeah, I'll give the edge to Homiee. It's a gold game.
And speaking of gold and also kills, actually they're very even once again, but like absolutely even. Almost 25 gold on each other, and there you go, 25. And also 1 tower on each and 3 kills on each as well. This is a symmetry. Almost a symmetry.
I know you're into that, so you'll be delighted because it looks like we may be continuing to even out the map with the use of this Rift Herald. I was expecting it to get thrown over towards that top lane. The Ezreal, who is a Leaf, we think, but they are on an alternate account, so I can't confirm that. Does have the Rift Herald in their pocket.
I think they're aiming to get the mid tower? I can't tell actually. But, you know, as I've said, on all games, getting mid tower is definitely the most important one.
My instant thought was that it was going to be spent topside where that turret is a little weak, but looks like we're saving it to use as a distraction against the Drake take, which certainly fits with the priority Homiee put on the Drakes.
And look at this, they're gonna call the Rift Herald coming in mid. And they will be getting the Drakes after this, that's for sure. I don't think they're gonna take this tower, and definitely not. But it is a distraction though, because right now Homiee will be taking this Drake, this Mountain Drake.
And I don't know what you do about this if you're Todak, because they couldn't let that turret in mid-full, but they have just for the 2nd game in a row, and the 2nd time this game, lost almost every Drake.
They also got the Rift Herald, so they got everything, every objective, just like last game. It's a repeat. It's a repeat again, so far, what I can see. Todak got the first blood, just like last game, and now Homie's getting all the objectives, just like last game. Well, almost all the objectives.
And one thing, you know, that I'm very disappointed in from Todak is you don't see them actually taking any proactive stances across the map. You have so much assassination power, you have the Ziggs. I want to see them using that to force fights that they like, target the squishy characters, blow up turrets. Instead, it's Homiee running the board. As Fabi is surrounded, Featherstorm will go out. Mega Inferno Bomb used defensively again. This turret is 1 HP and it's going to fall as Fabi tries to survive. The Blade Caller finds the kill. 1 death for a turret. They'll take that fight.
It was a tactical feeding by Roll to get that top turret. Maybe it was a tactical feed,
I mean, you really do, because it's a Jarvan who is a little bit more of a tank as the game goes on anyway. That's basically everything you want. Don't do it, Beat. VTEX is looking at the recast there, saying, should I dive in on the Alistair? No.
This game's going a bit slow though, I feel, compared to the last game. Todak is being a bit more careful. I think last game they were kind of, what's that, overconfident? They just kept pushing one lane, right? And now they're a bit more turtley, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, if we go late game, Todak should win in damage, so you can make that argument that they're just waiting for the game to go late so that they have more damage sources online. But they're not winning any of these fights, and like the Darius is out ahead. They're 2-0 there. You've just completed Muramana on this Ezreal. Like, I'm not sure Todak can rely on winning late game with their composition.
Well, Homiee can definitely take this late game with their potential good team fight coming in. We got Roll with his ultimate, that's for sure, containing all their opponents together. But it feels like Homiee, they're gonna be rushing in towards mid soon. Taking this objective. It accesses every part of the map if they take this. They already got the outer towers, the tier 1s, outer turrets.
Oh no. Inside the smoke veil. Oh, he's so good! Flash over the top! VTEX gets away! You are kidding me. And now it's time for revenge. Here comes the rest of Todak. Roll just kind of occupying the bush very, very well, and indeed there will be no revenge today. Which is positive. Too many people are focused on revenge, Jackie.
The mid tower is not going down just yet, but I feel like they're gonna skip this mid tower and go for more objectives. It seems like Homies love to stay at all the objectives, but wait a minute. Something's gonna break out here at mid, I feel.
12 seconds on the Drake. So I think you're absolutely right, Homiee drawing their attention towards it. They do need to be careful. There is the potential for Todak to just burn down the Baron. That's why they just threw all those wards in the jungle though. There's no way for Todak to do that without Homiee knowing about it, so they start the Drake instead. Here's the pressure in. Lang taking the front lines. Glacial Fissure, Inferno Bomb combo. It's not found enough. Fabi in the back of the fight does land the Blade Cooler. It's a decent amount of damage. Beta will find one in the back lines. Forces the Ezreal into stasis, but they can't find the kill or the follow-up. And the Ezreal's just sitting over the wall, pumping in the damage as Liang takes the front line. Zen behind him. And Homiee have won yet another team fight with just a tank front line and the Ezreal behind.
Like you said, the Ezreal definitely an issue there. Stasis staying still, can't kill him. Then he just teleports, flashes behind the little rock near their tier 1 at mid. And then if they can't kill this Ezreal, it's gonna do a lot of damage, and that's what happened just now. Got punished. They almost killed the Ezreal for sure.
But Todak did achieve a moral victory, right? They stopped the Drake from being taken.
Well, for how long?
Good question. John in trouble. Will lose his clone. This opens up
Homiee
the
really
Drake
pressuring.
again. It is warded. Todak know exactly what's up. Now they'll need to reward. Glacial Fissure in. Double knockup found. Inferno Bomb tags 3. Cataclysm will be shut down instantly. So far, so good. As Famous finds the first kill of fight, VTEX will be able to find another one. Homiee are falling to pieces, and Todak steal away the Drake. Still unable to smite that out from underneath Zen. This is a huge team fight win, and they may even be able to close the deal. The Ezreal hops away on 1 HP as 4 kills are picked up for Todak. That true shot does not find anything else.
Alright, looks like a turnaround has emerged for Todak after looking quite grim for a bit here and there. But it looks like this will be the first objective winning for Todak. Finally. After a while.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by that team fight. Just everything went to plan, and now I'm feeling like maybe I shouldn't have doubted myself, Jackie. because we got to the late game and the Ziggs has silly amounts of damage. You can see Fabi just one-shotting people. Vitex able to consistently annihilate backlines. I don't know. What I said during the draft coming true.
As long as they keep an eye onto Ezreal on Homiee, Todak should be winning this. But actually, Ezreal did live, but he was the only one that lived. So not so much for him to do some damages. But yeah, well done on Team Todak's side.
Did actually just buy a Hex Drinker there, so a little bit more survivability on Ezreal. Who we again, the player's name during previous tournaments has been Leaf, but I'm not able to tell you if that's the name they're currently running.
I was wondering as well.
Diving in.
Yes, TJ, I may be Chinese, but my Chinese is I can't read well Chinese. I can read the first two letters because they're actually. I'm gonna sound stupid if I can't read Chinese. At least the first two letters, but that means 9 in Chinese. The first two letters.
So no clues there. I'm gonna assume it's a Leaf. We'll maybe refer to them as Leaf for the rest of this cast. If we get told otherwise, we will change subjects. True shot out from Leaf, player of the moment. Glacial Fissure to play defense behind this turret. Fabi around the side as the Mega Inferno Bomb chunks through. Leaf barely survives. Same for LCC. Both need to hop and skip away as Todak's composition is doing some real damage now.
It seems like Homiee has all the controls of the map so far. Oh wait, no, the mid turret hasn't gone down yet. Almost going down though. So I'm gonna count Homiee in terms of the tower win.
But you can see, you know, Todak now beginning to get a gold lead on the map as they have just been able to control all the waves for the last couple of moments, right? Like it is getting so hard for Homiee to win a straight up team fight. They need to find an individual Todak member alone on the map in order to close this game, I think. Which would be really disappointing for them after they won the first 15 minutes of it.
Well, as much as my heart believes in Homiee, Homiee has good initiation ability, but I think they're lacking damage. Because if Israel can't get into a team fight, it's definitely done for. It's just their only big source of damage coming in.
Yeah,
but yeah,
they did build Leandri's Rabadons on LCC, so that Gragas should be blowing people up as well. But we haven't seen LCC find those opportunities, and frankly, the damage is looking a little lacking. Oh dear. Roll chased away. Here is the Elder Drake. Cloud Elder summoned here.
Seems like Todak is closer this time instead of Homiee. Usually it's Homiee being the first one at the objectives. But it looks like it'll be coming in. Oh.
They got a kill.
Did someone just
Zen
die? Oh, they got a kill!
Yeah. Zen finds BTX. Now they go in. Cataclysm will be spent very aggressively, and they're looking for the follow-up. At the back of this fight is Xion, just responding with a Mega Inferno Bomb, dumping that in. Homiee lose their front line, but they have GA. Roll will fall for the second and final time. No! The Honey Fruit keeps him alive, and now the chase can ensue. Sake, 1 HP, will fall, and Todak just need to run for their lives. They do not close the deal on that Elder. And now it can be picked up by Homiee as they win the critical team fight to get themselves the team fight stats they need for the rest of this game.
Very well done by Homiee. And yeah, they're coming back in though, Todak. They don't want this to be in the hands of Homiee, but too late. Red team has the Elder Cloud Dragon.
You could even see there Leaf throwing a true shot up past the Baron to make sure Todak weren't just burning it. They were not. And Homiee, with the same really good shot calling that got them this far, will now turn their attention towards that Baron. They know they have the numbers to burn a team fight. And here we go. Xion will dive in. He has to try and find a steal or something. A 4-man knockup, a 5-man knockup. It does not matter. There's no jungler on the board. Big damage from the backlines. Fabi trying to find something into the Featherstorm. They go, and boom, out of the game they go. As Homiee win the team fight. They've got the Baron. They've got the Elder, and this looks like a 2-0 in this best-of-5 series.
Leafy, man, performing so good on this game number 2. And the Homiee team in general, they've taken everything. The objectives, they went from A, B to C with the Drake, with the tower, with the turrets, and then the Baron. They took everything, and now, like you said, nailed it too.
A really, really impressive map control-based performance from Homiee. Clearly recognizing what their strengths are as a team, recognizing that they're incredibly good at playing around those objectives, and just being able to run circles around a Todak team that didn't look like they were ready to deal with that kind of aggression.
Like I've said, from the first game, I don't think Todak was a bit rushing at game 1, but in game 2, they were slowed down. I even mentioned they really slowed down. Would you agree on that?
Yeah.
They definitely have slowed down.
Well, it didn't feel like they've forced anything during the early game, right? They just kind of sat behind their turrets, and that meant that Homiee got literally everything. And they arrived in late game, and Todak had to win literally every team fight in order to undo that. There was no way back into the game if they dropped a single team fight. When they did, it was just over. Here are your stats for game number 1, or game number 2, sorry, as Homiee did come out on top. You can take a look at what I was talking about as we switch over to the damage tab in a moment. I'm going to be very curious to see the numbers. I suspect that Leaf on the Ezreals, I suspect their numbers are nuts.
Yeah, Ezreal's been really conquering all those damage up against Team Todak, bursting them down, and usually being the only survivor for Leaf as well. So he's surviving and doing his job.
Ho ho ho! 27,000, and nobody else on their team is close. Well, but here's the counterpoint. Look at how much Famous is cranking out, and it doesn't even matter.
It's not about the points, TJ. It's about the teamwork, obviously.
And so much of that damage that Famous is pumping out is going into like the Alistar, the Darius, these characters that can take those hits.
Yeah, they're tanky enough to hold and actually protect the Ezreal on Leafy. That's why Leafy is able to usually the last one to survive, and also the stasis as well. Definitely keeping him surviving even longer to deal all this damage.
It was a really, really impressive Ezreal performance, scaling into a late game where they should have been outmatched, right? The raw stats are there for Todak to win every single team fight. But as you say, Homie's front-to-back team fighting takes the edge. They're playing so well around what damage they do have, and the tanks that are able to provide CC to set that up. I flagged during the game that LCC had built AP Gragas, a lot of ability power in his kit, basically no tank items. But they weren't really comparing to what the Ezreal was doing. It was all about zoning back the front line. You could see that time and time again behind the Cataclysm. LCC and Roll would just kind of form this wombo combo that you couldn't deal with at the beginning of the fight. You had to be zoned off by. That would allow this Ezreal to free fire for the opening moments.
Well, well done to Leafy for making a spectacular performance here. Last round was Fabi. This time it's, for me, Leafy doing a great job. But we could also say that their tanks did a good job in protecting Leafy as well. What about you?
I was very impressed by Liang over on the Alistar. I have a little bit of a bias. You're going to notice this as this goes on. I really, really like good support play. And I felt like this was a very good Alistar game. Lots of good zoning, lots of good crowd control in the middle of these fights. But if we're talking about crowd control, you know, the entire team was dedicated towards this. We're going to end up talking about everyone. I was also very impressed by Roll's play around those cataclysms at the start of every fight. There was one fight, I think, where Roll kind of messed up the cataclysm, went in a little bit too early, goes in with the ultimate, just dies. And that was the only fight Homiee lost. That was the fight around that Drake that TDK got. So, draw your conclusions from that as you will, but my conclusion is that Roll being able to lock down the start of these fights was essential to Todak not being able to leverage their superior damage.
So it's just gonna be the MVP. Is it which one of those? You're biased to the Arsta or the other one?
I
You have to
think
pick one.
I'm.
You didn't pick one MVP.
Oh,
Pick one.
I'm
One
gonna
only.
say Roll. I'm gonna say this game is defined by the ability of the Cataclysm from the Jarvan to start things off. I think that just determines it.
Yep, that's true because they were the one. When he missed it, the entire team was gone except for Ezreal. So, yeah, I'll definitely pick him. Well, if I were to agree to you on those two choices, but to me, yeah, the Ezreal definitely doing all those damage coming in.
Yeah, Leaf absolutely deserves it just on Roll numbers, but I think you oftentimes have to look past that. I have been told that we're going to go to a bit of a longer break this time round because the players are taking a moment to reset. They've played 2 games in a row, they want to take a breather, maybe talk tactics. Very important for Todak as they're going to be resetting after 2 hard losses. They're up against elimination. The winner of this qualifies for the main event, and it's all going to come down to game number 3 right after this break.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba Becky menjatuhkan seorang mereka ingin masuk secara teleport telah pun tiba Xian telah pun sampai dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on. Okay.
We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that's we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. Introduce me. I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sniffing dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lies. Sneaky bitches never ever act with zone eyes. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Take a seat in the back, yeah. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the Hall of Fame. So good, hell I'm all fine. Got a sweet little ooh, and it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hear it all the time. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. I'ma go get 'em. No time looking back, every day gotta do better. I'ma go get 'em. Blow the roof off for I really want to see, now go tell 'em. About to touch the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself on top, no weapons. On my own, I stop caring. Cause they keep telling me you can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Take a seat in the back, yeah.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Every word, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no odor. I've been an outcast, me and scared, we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts we move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G, M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human, if you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dubs on the vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. We all leaned up, cooking a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud. Well enough fight and we proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just walk up, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck all my ops, we just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock, came too far and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, hunted with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong, I'm fighting you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah. No what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't, baby. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what to say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like a chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, what I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. If I won't, oh baby, just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find it, you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the keys. Know what I need, I know what I need. You find the keys, the keys.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So, take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight and wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, telah pun tiba. Xian telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
Welcome back from break. We're going to be heading right into the pick bands for game number 3 as things are heating up here in the first Open Qualifier for the Icon Series. My name's TJ, joined by our expert Jackie How have the games been so far?
It's not looking good for Todak, but before we talk about Todak, congratulations to Homiee for winning those 2 games. But yeah, Todak, they kind of played slow on the second game, so hopefully they can play a little bit faster on the third one.
I want to hit on that because it felt like Todak were, I like to use the phrase, turtling the entire game. And they did have a composition that should have been better late game, but they weren't just playing for late game, they weren't doing anything during the early game. And there's a space somewhere between those 2 extremes where I think they win that game, where they get some stuff done during the early game, they contest some of the dragons, they maybe trade a dragon for the Rift Herald, and don't just get blown out. But they had lost so much ground by the time we got to the late game that Todak, despite having their Akali coming online, despite having a Ziggs who was doing so much damage, a Xayah who could control entire teamfights, they weren't ever going to be able to turn that entire game because the weight of how much they'd lost.
Yeah, they almost won though with that one team fight that Jarvis had managed to miss the ultimate. But once it hits the end, it was just A, B, C. Drake, mid tower, and then the Baron, and it ended everything right there. It's over. Not looking good.
That's all it took. That's all it took for Homiee to win game number 2. And I want to start talking about the players who stood out during it. We've been talking a lot about Leaf, who's been playing, we believe it's Leaf playing on the AD carry Ezreal. They are playing on an alternate account. It could also be CY, Psy. We're not quite sure who's running that account. But they've been having an absolutely fantastic series.
Yeah, like you said though, the 2 tanky roles coming in, especially the player role. It's the name. It's kind of hard to say, but the player name is called Role on Jarvis. But yeah, he's been doing quite well as well, and so is Arista, doing all you can to protect Ezreal, making Leafy looking like the MVP. But let's just say that the support is the MVP secretly.
As a support main, I support this propaganda. Yeah, Roll has been doing a really good job playing those junglers. But let's flip the script over to Todak because they have also had some very good performers. It's just not been enough to win them their games. We've been talking a decent amount about Fabi, who's been the AD carry player this evening. They had a very good Corki game and an alright Xayah game. Is there anyone else you want to see step up kind of behind or around that?
There was the last match. That was the Zig player. What was his name? For Ziggs?
In the mid lane?
Yeah.
In the mid lane, I believe we're seeing... oh, hang on, let me check here. I believe we're seeing Famous playing mid lane.
Famous. Yep, that guy did, as you said, he did a lot of damage, a lot of magic damage from that last game. A lot of power damage for him. And it didn't really seal the deal. He did more damage than the second most damage, which was Ezreal from the second game. So...
It was like 30,000,
It was 30.
It was insane.
Yes, it was 30. It was 31. 31. Remember correctly, it was
31,000. My bad.
Yeah. So I couldn't do well.
And I do think that's a good place to start, right? Because any game where you do 31,000 damage, absolutely demolishing the next highest damage, which is on the other team, you know, you expect to win. You're like, okay, everything's working well. We made this game last a while. Our late game Ziggs is online. But they lost all but one Drake and then the Elder Drake. And at that point, you just have the true damage stats online from the Elder Drake, obviously buffed because they got the 2 of the other Drakes. And Homiee can use that to kind of mitigate the fact that they don't have as much damage and win every subsequent fight. So how do you prevent the game from getting to that state? What do you want to see Todak do during the early game to stop Homiee from getting that?
So I feel that, as we said, you know, they're turtling. The first match, they kind of rushed in, right? They're a bit confident, overconfident, I would say, getting that 2 turrets down and also the third one. But then the second game, they played a little bit slow. I assume the next round they're gonna find the middle ground between slow and fast.
Goldilocks.
I'm not sure. Yeah, some kind of Goldilocks for them. So they're gonna be. Personally, I feel they were kind of scared to dive in for match number 2. I hope the third game they'll be a bit more confident. So yes, that's what I think.
All right, well, let's take a look at the draft for game number 2. I don't actually have too many notes for the draft because I felt like Todak got a dream draft last game. I felt like they really did have the better draft in the game, and they weren't able to do anything with it. So after that, there are no notes. It's just draft something you're comfortable with and play it better. Get something out of the early game. Here are your first stage bans. Nothing crazy.
I do really wanted to see an Aurelian Soul. I think that champion looks, as a model, I think it looks really sick. In my opinion, I think it's the sickest model.
Have you heard his voice?
Oh, I have not. I've just seen the character, but I haven't really heard his voice.
You need to, after this game, while we're in our short break, you need to go find Aurelian Soul voice lines, because he has the coolest voice.
He looks cool.
We'll head through this.
Yeah. He looks cool. He looks really sick, but yeah.
Draft, what has been picked, given that the Aurelian Soul has been banned out, is the Orianna. I want to see Orianna Alistair here. Because the Alistair also made it through this ban list. You have Sake, who is a former League of Legends pro player on the support role. Get him the best support, and you can combo it with that Orianna as a ball carrier. Especially with the Corki. That's a very good team comp. Homiee on the opposite side do prioritize getting a Gragas and Vi.
It seems like Corki on the side of Todak once more, but will it be paid on Febby though? But yeah, they probably really like this Corki, but with all those kills that he got on the first match, it didn't really matter. So we'll have to see if they could actually turn this around for Todak. One more win for Homiee to take this all the way to the finals.
I'm really kind of sad. It looks like, by the way, we do have confirmation it is CY running the Azrael, so I apologize for slandering their good name earlier. It is Leaf in the Jungle. But it looks like Homiee are just getting their ideal draft here. This is a better draft than they had last game that they won. Todak are going to try and throw a spanner in the works here, grabbing a Janna, Wukong, Camille as their final 3. But this is very lightweight. They're not going to win a front-to-back team fight this way. They need to find really good assassination fights out of the Janna CC. And frankly, I think Homiee have won this draft phase, especially considering how they like to play. They have the Vi for this early aggressive jungle control, the early aggressive objective control, and then they just have a really, really solid team fight behind it. Sai getting their Ezreal again, and Zen, who likes to play alone in that split lane, running Fiora.
Yeah, I feel like Homiee does have the better draft. They're actually going for almost the same draft as the last one. You could probably say that this is the dream pick for them, I feel.
Yeah, this is almost the same draft, but they have more damage, right? It's almost the same draft, but Leaf gets Vi, which looked so good during game number 1, which is very powerful right now. I walk away from that kind of worried for Todak, especially because they don't have a frontline tank. You know, that Vi is going to have so much fun just detonating anyone who steps close.
Now, I would like to point out that Todak is a very well-known, as I've said at the very beginning, very well-known in Malaysia, whereas Homiee, it's just a wholesale company. And apparently their team is rolling in on this branded Todak team.
Yeah, I'd love to get a little more context on that, because as may be obvious, I'm not Malaysian. But I suspect many of our viewers here on the English stream aren't either. Can you tell us a little bit more about Todak as we get into this game number 3?
So for Todak, they've actually well known in the Mobile Legends area, and also they do sell merchandises on their website. They do sell like clothes, caps, and bags. Other than that, they actually, you guys could check it out on Steam. They actually have a game that's made by a Todak studio, and it's called Together.
Really?
Yeah.
So they're a game studio. They have a Mobile Legends team. That's really cool.
Mobile Legends,
and it's
Dota
even
team,
more
and
cool. It's even more cool that this hostile company is absolutely destroying them. Now 2 games in a row.
Nothing related to games for Homiee, but apparently they're very good at Wild Rift.
They're making the Rift their home.
Alright. But let's take a look at the strategies so far coming in. But yeah.
I've never heard somebody be so disappointed by one of my puns. You were so sad.
I'm not sure how to respond to puns, man. But I'll probably throw one at you once it pops up my mind.
No, yeah.
We'll see. We'll see if we can do
Good.
it in this game 2.
I'll be even more depressed. Game number 3, as we were saying, has kicked off. It's been relatively slow to start. Both junglers did head down towards this bottom line. Whereas always, Homiee would like to prioritize control of this dragon pit. A 3v3 developing awfully fast, make it 4v2 if TDK can get this positioning right. Todak now being swarmed though as it develops into a full-on 4v4. Pulverize will start this fight off so well for Liang. Fabi is hard split from this fight, has to spend the Valkyrie to escape. Nobody goes down, but the majority of Todak are going to need to back and reset, which is going to cost them valuable CS.
Homiee getting the aggression once again, like I've been telling you since the beginning of game 1 and game 2, they are really aggressive. But this time, like you said, no first blood. Unlike the previous matches, Todak always getting the first blood. But could this be something different here? Could Homiee get the first blood instead?
Now, Xian will go in. Liang instantly pulverize headbutt combos them deep into the rest of the team. They'll leave a clone behind as a sacrifice and survive, but you can see these jungle invades from Homiee starting to take away Todak's own control of the map way earlier on than games 1 or 2.
I feel like Todak, they really need to catch up on killing any one of Homiee's, basically pickoffs, because I feel like Homiee, they do really well in the later stage of the game. Not as like champions, but I feel like as a team, they're really good.
Yeah, it's where you can start to see that coordination. It's winning them control of these early games really paying off. Once Homiee get to a phase where it is all about team fighting and map positioning, they are playing in their own domain.
Was that a pun? Home? Home
I was avoiding
domain?
it. I was, because you yelled at me last time. You were so disappointed. I was like, I'm not going to do it. Call it out. Oh, rough times. Ultimate blown here. Zen forcing Basex all the way back behind turret.
But 15 seconds left on the Drake, and we know what Homie's gonna do. We know what Homiee loves to do.
Yeah. It's been all Drake all the time, and Todak are still doing the same thing they did for the rest of this series, which is not contest the Drake, and instead send their jungler, Xian, all the way up here to the top side to see if they can find anything.
I feel like Todak will be contesting this. They do have 3 champions down at the Drake area, but Homiee, once again, making Drake their home. Screw it, I'm doing it now.
They're just staying overnight. This will be a very easy Drake pit to pick up, and over on the top side, it will be a turret and trade.
This happened last game too. It's the same, almost the same draft on Homiee, almost the same storyline. Okay, but would you say taking the tower is better, or what do you think? You think this is a mistake on Todak's side, not taking the Drake?
It's hard. First turret tank, the taking of the first turret gives you extra gold, right? So they are getting, like you can see, they did get a gold lead off of that. But I do think Drakes in Wild Rift are extra important for the effect they have on the Elder. So it's an investment. It's Todak saying, we're going to be able to do more in this mid-game with the gold that Homiee are going to be able to do over the course of the game because they have the extra stats and because they will get bonus stats from the Elder.
I feel like Todak will need this gold money they got to keep Camille up and running, because I feel like that Camille needs to actually get onto Ezreal, otherwise it'll just be like last game again. With Wukong as well going in onto Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean, Camille is a very effective assassin, but so is Akali. And we didn't see the Akali over on Beta X do too much.
That's true, that's true. But here comes the first Rift Herald, and it's going to be Todak first. Oh, this is a change.
What is this dark sorcery? Todak the first to arrive at an objective. Here come Homiee, raining in the damage, looking for the steal. It will not happen. Todak get the Rift Herald. A deep dive onto their backline will cause trouble, but the Hextech ultimatum is dropped. Liang cannot exit. Xion will flash away over the wall to safety. Nobody dies in this entire team fight, and Todak are able to drift all the way back through the choke point and escape with their lives and the Rift Herald.
Alright, so a positive sign for Todak so far in the game. But same as game 1, they actually did take the Rift Herald as well, but they still lost. But who knows, Todak? Yeah, always have a chance. Always have a chance.
Always have a chance, and this time have the chance to build their gold lead. If they can use this Rift Herald effectively, they can maybe gain such a gold advantage during this mid-game that we never get to see the effects of the Drake. A dive in from Xion will start things off. Fabi, in the meantime, isolated by LCC, who will be forced away. Fabi able to trade that as good as he got. About even half HP. The Janna turret shield also paying dividends here, as Sake can keep that early turret damage that Homiee love from adding up too much.
So far, not many towers are going down. This feels like the slowest tower down I've seen so far. But they will, there will be one tower down on Homie's side, but so far it's kind of slow for once.
And remember, Todak are sitting on that Rift Herald. It's in Xion's pocket, so they're probably holding it for this Drake fight. And if Todak can do that, smart. If they can turn this Rift Herald, as they are doing, into a successful Drake, like, that's a very good early game.
But they will use this Rift Herald to take this bottom turret.
Liang goes in. Xion in trouble as they kite away. The Rift Herald's still there. Good old Sheldon sitting down there in the bot lane uncontested. Killing some minions. Farming up some CS. As Homiee draw their attention towards this Drake. They value it so highly. They may sacrifice another turret charge for it. And it's hard to take because Todak are fighting this properly, raining in damage. TP will come in. This is Zen arriving in the fight. Xion will dive the backline simultaneous to the Alistar. A Monsoon splits the fight. Sake keeping everyone up. Famous kites all the way back with the Fiora ult on them, just raining up the damage. Drake goes over to Todak as they steal it away. A massive smite fight win for Xion, and yet again, nobody dies, but Todak win the objective.
Once again, I think Todak is starting to understand what's happening now. They're getting the playstyle correctly. At the same time, the bottom turret is getting pushed.
That Rift Herald did charge. That Rift Herald, they got left alone in the bottom lane, did get another charge off. I just find that very funny.
But you can see how Homiee was really into this Drake, even letting that Rift Herald doing its own thing. At the end, Todak managed to win that. So I'm happy for Todak for actually achieving this. They have been losing a lot of objectives, but this time it's a different story. It's a different game. They're looking well so far.
They may be driving us all the way to a game 4 here, as this one has started off very well for them. They're able to trade the Drakes even. They're trading the turrets to an advantage right now. With the Baron up, Homiee have more objectives on the map to worry about. We'll see how they can play that. Previously, Homiee have been really in control of the macro game around these objectives, able to manage them very effectively. So the Baron may provide the additional leverage they need. You know, they can trade a Drake for it.
This running animation from Camille is pretty...
You like Camille?
I don't know, it's like skip... Not really,
She's
but
got
that's a
knife
very
legs.
funny... Yeah, but I think she's not that cool. But I like the animation, the way she runs. She's like skipping.
Yeah.
It's like skipping in slow motion, midair.
I'd have knife legs, to be honest. Liang in the bush will start this off. Oh, what a meaty true shot. Monsoon to answer, though, heals everyone up and rolls very low. Will go over the wall. That's not where they thought that ultimate was going. And instantly punished as a result. Sackade actually takes first blood of the game there and continues to chase. A dive will continue to work out for Todak as a double kill gets passed over to Fabi. And this is going to be the Baron. Todak turn the series here. This could be a game-winning push if they can turn the Baron into 2-3 turrets. That's massive.
Can Homiee take this? No, they're not able to steal it. Well, it's kind of hard with all the champions alive up on Todak. But I do get the mid turret in the hands of Zen.
And that is something to pay attention to. Fiora is nothing to sneer at if they're allowed to scale up uncontested.
If you look at the towers here, though, they have taken the mid tower completely off of Todak. An advantage to Homiee in terms of a map. They can go left and right, but I feel like Todak is definitely the one that's actually winning here.
Yeah, and it's almost Drake time again, our most favorite of times. With the Baron in hand, it looks really hard for Homiee to have access to it. So this lead is going to keep snowballing.
I just realized that Fabi has a very adorable skin. Did you see that? It's a corgi. It's a corgi, man.
Yeah, a corgi.
Oh, I get that one now. Oh,
Zen playing this fight very well. Yeah. Fiora is just such a fun champion to watch. Drake is up. Baron is in hand as well, which I bring up because Todak actually haven't done that much with it. They won the Baron fight, they got the gold, but since then they've been struggling to get any turrets or anything like that. Shockwave. Oh, Flash needed to be burned just now. Barrier and Arcane Shift, actually. From CY to survive as an opportunity was found there in the mid lane. Famous forcing most of the kit out of the opposing Ezreal, and that actually will net Todak 2 turrets on the map. 3 turrets as they grab another in the mid lane.
So this was what I was talking about before the game started, that on the first match they were playing...
Oh,
wait a minute.
Cyclone in, big knock up. Xion will be so far forward here, disrupting the back lines, now resets to another bush, and they're going to keep going. Famous providing so much damage from this Orianna, and the Hextech Ultimatum is dropped on top of the deep backline dive. Roll should die, but it's a Fiora pickup instead. The Monsoon is cancelled. There will be no more Janna from Sackade, and the dive's going to keep on coming. Fabi needs to do the kiting of their life as Zen again arrives on the front lines, and Fabi has the answer. LCK, with so much damage, will go down, and this is the pressure over the wall from Famous. But they may have ceded a lot here as Homiee have just turned to pick up this Drake. They say it's okay, this trade was pretty even. We're going to get the Ocean Drake, though.
Looks like Homiee, there is still a chance for them to definitely come back here, even though Todak looks a little bit well off so far. But as I was saying before that team fight, Todak on the first match, they were a bit rushed. Second game, they were a bit very slow. But in this third game, it seems like they found the perfect Goldilocks balance, as you have said.
Yeah, they're able to provide some pressure during the early game. And now that we arrive in the mid-late game, around that 15-minute mark, you can start paying attention to what that enables, what they have arrived at. The Orianna from Famous is looking so scary right now, and they're about to complete Rabadons, which is, of course, a massive damage spike. You know, this is potentially a very, very good late-game teamfight for Todak if they can land all of their ultimates.
But they almost lost a team fight down there near the Drake before they took the Drake down there for Todak. So if Homiee could replicate that once more, Todak needs to tread carefully for sure. And I feel like there's going to be a fight here on the next objectives.
Baron up. Homiee certainly zoning for it. I don't know that they want to fight right now. Todak have a ward on it, so they won't feel the need to fight.
You can see Vi just spinning around 360. There's a little dance there,
Yeah!
waiting for something to happen.
Well, we're gonna pause until the Elder Drag comes up. We're gonna have the Elder Infernal. Unless somebody makes a mistake. The Tornado will land, rolls decently tanky here though. Xion goes in, able to find CY all alone here on the Ezreal, sorry. But that will be all, just a little bit of poke damage. And our game continues to stall.
They're just playing around near this Baron. They really, Homiee really wants it, but Todak knows what's up.
Liang has to flash forward. Monsoon will keep the backline safe as LCC is pulled back in by a shockwave. LCC needs to get out of here, and a Cyclone from Xion will find the kill. That's a massive opportunity. Zen also isolated on the backlines. Famous will knock them into GA. Out of the res, they cannot find the instant kill. Needs to be chased down, but Xion will do it again with the aid of Famous. 2 kills over to Todak.
6-1. We haven't seen a score like this from the last game, for Todak at least, dominating this one in terms of kills. And they're also 4K lead as well, and 5K, and not 5K, sorry, 5 tower leads here for Todak.
Looking for the Baron as well. Roll round the side. Beta able to zone them off. And this means Todak are well and truly in control of the game. Because take a peek at the bottom half of your map and tell me what time it's about to be.
Yeah, Drake time.
Drake time, baby!
There we go. Your favorite Drake time. But during that fight, Camille did manage to die, and it was up to Ezreal doing all the damage left, but it just wasn't enough for Homiee to burst them down. It looks like Todak's definitely doing this.
Yeah, this Elder Drake, it's hard to feel that this isn't just the entire game here. If Homiee are able to grab it, but they can't leave the mid lane, not with the Baron buff. Kind of racing down it. There's the Elder Infernal on the map, and Homiee, despite really wanting it, have no access.
I think Todak's ignoring this for now. That they want to take the mid turrets, or maybe just do some chip damage before taking it.
Baytax all alone will hook shot away as the damage gets a little bit too close. Mid lane, that skirmish does break out. LCC escapes with very low HP. Baytax now in trouble. That was a connected ultimate. Hextech ultimatum will be spent. Roll cleanses it and will survive. Turret does fall in mid. That's an inhibitor. Now super minions are constantly going to be pouring down that lane, and that should mean that Todak can get the Elder Infernal with no trouble at all.
Dtax responding this by distracting Homiee. The mid turret was going down. I didn't care.
Homiee going for it. They know they have to steal the Drake or it doesn't matter. Raw will zone, go over the wall. Xion does chase. What a shockwave! An incredible shockwave to start this fight, but it doesn't find any kills. Rolls down to half HP and regenning. Monsoon will set things up though. It's a 2 deep dive from Roll as they try to start something off onto Famous and get shut down in response. Zen taking the front lines, will spend the ultimate but not be able to confirm the kill onto Xion and has to kite back through the bush. It's going to be Liang in the front lines instead is Alistair. Pumping damage over the wall is CY, but he can't do enough. Everyone's dead. LCC and Zen both falling back through this barren lane as Todak chase with an intention to end the game, and I think they will. We're going to game number 4 as our series is brought closer. Games 1 now to 2.
I think after when that last fight, Roll and Wai Liang, they just try to go inside and initiate, but when Roll went in, just got melted, deleted. And then after that, Wai Liang was like, oh, I need to go in too. Then he goes down as well. The game was over.
And it was something we haven't seen yet from that team is this time it was Homiee who looked uncoordinated, who looked a little lost in the fight. As every single player you rightly called out is going over the wall one by one with no real game plan.
And it seems like Homiee has been cracked by Todak. Todak 9-1 with an MVP on the Corki once more by Fabi.
I would give this MVP to Famous. Like, I love Fabi. But if I'm the MVP guy, I say Famous deserves this. So many of the early game fights were won off of Famous's contributions, not only through raw damage, but through their shockwave as well. I labeled this composition as the weaker of the two compositions when we were in the draft phase. And the reason for that was because I didn't see how they won a front-to-back team fight unless they landed every single stun and knock-up perfectly. Here's the wild thing, though. That's exactly what Todak did. They got into game, and every single fight starts with Famous landing an incredible shockwave. Sake always has the Monsoon. When the backline threat is there, they're able to push everyone away. Xion's always diving the backline and landing 2-3-man knockups. Like, this was just a series of very, very perfect fights from Todak. And you can see that reflected in the damage numbers.
And it seems like Wai Liang and Roll, they couldn't just like sustain for their damage dealer behind, and they just all went down one by one. But Corki did a good job. 31 damage though coming in from, what's the guy's name again? The Chinese letters.
CY.
On Ezreal. CY. Yeah, CY with almost 32 damage. Still couldn't carry up for Team Homiee. But Homiee, one more game to go, but two more for Todak. Can Todak turn it around?
Todak are still up against the wall, as you rightly point out. They would need to reverse sweep this series. But that game looked easy, you know? The early game, hard fought. After that, though, they had the Orianna, they had the team fights, and they made that incredibly apparent the longer we went on. It's our first best of 5 series here at the Open Qualifier 1 for Malaysia's Icon Series. Is going the distance. You feeling the hour there?
Nah, I'm fine, man. It's just that I feel that, like I said, Todak, they failed because they were overconfident. Second, slow. Third one, they got it. Fourth one, now I'm looking at Homiee, seeing if they can bring it up. Maybe they want to play a little faster to force Todak to play in their favor. Maybe in their home turf. I did it.
I don't think we're allowed to just keep making the same pun. I think,
we should.
It's pretty awful.
No pun.
I'm upset now.
What kind of pun can we do with Todak? There's no puns we can do with Todak.
I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I think my big takeaway, though, is also that Todak had multiple damage threats this game, right? Obviously, we've been talking about how it's really only CY doing the damage behind a tank line for Homiee. But Todak, this entire series, have been drafting multiple damage carries, and that kind of only Fabi has actually been doing damage. This time, yes, Fabi is doing damage, but you also have Famous operating around the side of these fights as the Orianna, leading so much. You also have Xion being able to get in there as the Wukong and actually do a decent portion of the damage as well as landing CC. Like, that makes all the difference, and it's going to have to stay that way if they're going to be able to turn this series. We'll have that game right after this as we head into yet another lightning-fast break. Game 4 ahead of us.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, telah pun tiba. Xian telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down, first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Touch the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself on top, no weapons. On my own, I stopped caring. Cause they keep telling me you can't tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire above me. Can you see in the back yet? You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire above me. Can you see in the back yet?
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Dirty work, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no odor. I've been an outcast, me and scared we told ya. Been in that backseat. Facts we move that work, but it ain't no D-R-U-G M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I leave. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dubs on the vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. We all leaned up, took it a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud, willing to fight and we proud. Bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just walk up, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops, we just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock, came too far and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, 100 with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
lihat bagaimana eksplosivitas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport terlampau tiba. Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have descent.
You're back watching Open Qualifier number 1 for the SEA Icon Series here in Malaysia. My name's still TJ, still Jackie alongside me. The games have started getting wild. I'm checking my notes and they say we have a series on our hands.
And it seems like Todak will be hopefully taking the second match. I mean, for their second win, I mean. Hopefully get into that best of 5, the full match series, because I can't wait to see them putting up a good fight for the semifinals.
Yeah, they could drive us all the way to a Game 5 here in our best of 5 semifinals, or the series could just end right now. Let's start talking about that. Let's start talking about what changed during Game 3. Where Todak were finally able to turn things around as we head into the champion draft here. Is there anything you'd like to see, happen again?
In terms of draft, I don't think I'm thinking about the draft too much because I feel like their playstyle is what made it more important. I feel like Todak is starting to understand how Homiee functions. Definitely all about the objectives, all about that river fights. And I think Todak just needs to work really hard in cooperating together.
I do want to flag something real quick about the draft, which is that Homiee, for the first time this series, have taken blue side. So they will have the first pick. What do they spend that first pick on, you ask? The Gragas. The bans this series, Akali, Orianna, Wukong, and Alistar.
Let me take a look at the bans first. I had something blocking on my vision right there. But yeah, Akali and Orianna did get banned. Oh, there's that's the one I want to see, the champ. Orianna.
Yeah, something about you putting champions on a wish list results in them getting drafted.
Well, Corki is definitely Fabi's best, but now I get to see Aurelion. So we're gonna see what this guy's up to at the mid. Definitely.
Yeah, and I'm going to flag that because Famous did perform so well during the last game, right? Famous's Orianna was so much of what turned game number 3 around. Getting to see them pick up A-Soul, a little bit more of a roaming champion, a champion that acts traditionally through the early mid-game across the map, is going to be really fun to watch because I think it will give Todak some of the agency they were missing during the first 2 games.
But look here, we got Lee Sin. He's been a very top tier ban, and now he's getting picked right here. So it's gonna be quite a sight to see. First Lee Sin of today so far.
First Lee Sin to get drafted. We've seen one banned every game previously. You also have the very beefy frontline over there for Homiee as they're going to complete their draft. It is Gragas. To take over the mid lane, it will be Darius up in top, Lee Sin in the jungle, and a Xayah Leona bottom lane. Opposing them, you're going to get that Corki AD carry alongside a Braum in the bottom lane, which I think overall is a favorable matchup for Homiee. They're going to have that aggression from the Leona, the long range from the Xayah. I really do favor that. But they're going to get roamed on, constantly pressured from mid by Todak, who do have that Aurelion Soul in Famous. And they also have Xion back on the Jarvan, which has been an incredibly powerful pick this series, with a Camille over to base Axe in the very top lane.
We'll have to keep an eye on this Lee Sin, however. It will be the first game of Lee Sin so far. I think out of this whole champion list, Lee Sin and Aurelion has been the one that hasn't been picked today so far. So I'm going to be quite interested to see how Lee Sin's going to kick this off, definitely.
Nice! Gonna kick it off, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I'm looking for targets for the Lee Sin, right? And that's maybe where I'm getting hung up. The Lee Sin, you're going to want to see them pretty constantly aggressing onto Fabi. But Aurelion Soul is very difficult for the Lee Sin to access consistently, especially when you have the Braum to play that kind of front line. I think Braum does play very, very well into Lee Sin as a support main. Overall, I probably do give the team fights to Homiee, but I feel like Todak have so much roam threat during the early mid-game that if they use it, and it is a question mark, if they use their roam threat during the early mid-game, if they use their early mid-game skirmish power, I do think they've gotten the better end of this draft.
Well, if they use it, but I feel that the playstyle-wise, I think Homiee, they're probably way more aggressive than Todak, and I feel like they're going to be charging in. However, you know, Todak could probably just return the kill like how they usually do every time they get first blood. Speaking of first blood, on game 3, did Homiee get the first blood?
I don't believe they did.
Oh.
No, because it was Todak in that top lane skirmish that went really well for them, remember? They run all the way up to top lane.
I thought if Homiee had first blood, that would mean it's a bad luck, because they always got first blooded by Todak. So we're gonna see if this one, if they will be getting, if Todak will be initiating, or will it be Homiee initiating?
It did take so long to get that first blood, though. You may remember that Todak started those fights at the 5-minute mark, and then 10 minutes in, we actually got first blood. We'll see how slow we start here in game number 4. As I said earlier, we have a series on our hands, Jackie.
And let's just hope it will be a game of 5 games total. But yeah, we'll have to see.
I know you've played some League of Legends PC in the past. Are you familiar with Silver Scrapes?
No. Please explain that.
So there's a I guess meme is the right word for it. There's a particular song that the LCS and all of the pro leagues in League of Legends always play if you go to 5 games during the break before that 5th game. They always play a song called Silver Scrapes. So we'll see if we can roll out the Silver Scrapes. At least metaphorically. I'm not sure if we have the license here, but you can play it. You can play it on your own personal PC. If we get game 5.
Well, that is if Homiee goes aggressive and they wouldn't take this one. But actually, who do you look forward to take this one for this game number 4?
Well, coming out of the draft, I would have said Todak. But we're now a couple seconds into the game, 1:36. And I'm seeing an awful lot of the roaming aggression that earned Homiee their early leads, and they're doing it through this Lee Sin. And that is a very worrying sign if you're a Todak fan.
Just like I've said during the draft, that Homiee, they are a very aggressive team.
Ooh, stunned up! Winter's Bite finds it. And first blood will go over yet again to Todak.
Alright, just like I've said, they are very aggressive, Homiee. But Todak was in their jungle, so technically Homiee wasn't being aggressive. It was just unfortunate they just walked by there. So good job on Todak getting that first blood.
Well, it was a consequence of Yilang spending the entire early game roaming with the Lee Sin, right? They went across the entire map looking for a fight, and Todak saw that and said, hey, you know, this Leona's going to have to come back through this bush. We can just sit here and find the kill. Really good heads-up play. We will pay attention in a short while to the first Drake of the game coming up. Can start watching as the vision does get set up for it. Around now is when I'm looking to see Famous, you know, start roaming. They're going to go back to base, complete their first cycle. Just bought Haunting Guise, which is your standard first back. And now you're looking for the presence that a roaming ASOL can bring to these sidelines. Especially the bottom lane, headed into, again, our first Drake of the game.
Do you reckon this Soul pick was picked because they know Homiee loves the objectives, and Soul is definitely good at counter-initiating if he comes out of nowhere?
Yeah, I think A-Soul is very good at that. A good lad, Aurelian. Isn't counter-initiating on this fight, though. Taking his time for now. And the fight's coming to him. Zenith Blade will go slightly short there for Yilang. Throughout the engage on Leona, wasn't quite able to make it reach. And that is very fortunate for Famous, who I don't think knew that was happening. I think Famous just got very lucky there.
Oh no, not looking good here. Oh, it's gonna back off.
Oh.
Okay.
Anti-synergy. Xian was walking away from the bush, didn't realize they were going to get it.
But here comes the Drake. In the hands of Todak initiating first.
Solar Flare dive in from Yilang. Does not find the opener they want. Valkyrie is spent from Fambi just to stay alive. Cataclysm from Zen around the side. In the meantime, TDK use a lot of lockdown. Hextech ultimatum there as well. And they keep their backline safe, but lose control of the Dragon Pit. Sion's going to go back in, maybe trying for a steal here. But they don't have access. Oh, and the Darius pulls them in. Guillotine comes down. Drake secure, kill as well. The Guillotine will strike again. Low HP across the board as Homiee find 2, make it 3. Zen with a double to their own bank account.
Well played by Homiee right there. And this is definitely looking good. They got the start they wanted, and now they're gonna be rolling on, catching it up, maintaining this lead they have so far. And yeah, Homiee, the master of objectives in the river.
What a fight from Zen. They only got credit for 2 of those kills, but the Guillotine is what took Fabi down that low as well. So really, they ought to have gotten all 3. Just a very aggressive Darius start. And one of the better top lane impacts I've ever seen this early on in the game.
Definitely, Homiee does have a very aggressive lineup, and they will be looking up onto this next objective coming in.
Rift Herald on the board, and Homiee would like to keep themselves rolling. They know they have an advantage right now, and they want to press it. Todak opt not to contest the Rift Herald, which is understandable, but this is how they fell into pits before. They lost the first fight and they decided to, you know, just give up the next couple, allow map control to go over, and never got back into this. Oh, what a flash over the wall from Zen.
They killed the little corgi. That's not something you want to see. That's something cute going down.
Something I want to see. Blood for the blood god.
Are you a dog person now?
I am. I do like corgis. You know, sacrifices have to be made. Good lord. I always forget how big the Aurelian Soul stuns can get on Wild Rift. And they just come in and cover half the screen, and I'm astonished.
I think Aurelian Soul's abilities look so beautiful because it's all about stars and stuff.
Did you look up his voice lines during the break?
Oh crap! No, I had to write it down. I had to write all of these down. Okay, wait. I'll take a look at it later, but we're gonna get on. Yeah, I'm sorry about
that. Turret pressure down bottom as Homiee have continued to aggress. And they're looking very good because Todak have just kind of gone back to their default, which is allowing Homiee to run the map. And we saw what that left them with before. Homiee very comfortable setting and maintaining a tempo. They'll drop the Rift Herald here in the mid lane. See if they can grab another turret across the map. At the very least, they do get 2 plates off of it. Yeah, it will be another turret. As they complete the trifecta, all the tier 1s down.
Complete control on Homie's side. Now they just have to wait for the next objectives, which is their favorite, all the Drakes.
Oh.
But after maybe picking up someone off, but which they failed to. but no problem for them. They've definitely got all their objectives down.
Yep, there will be a challenge to that in a moment. That is going to be the Cloud Drake, second Drake of the game, which Xion is already around, but where's the rest of Todak?
Todak,
what are they doing, Jackie?
They should be understanding what's happening, because TJ, I've said many times, Homiee is predictable in terms of the objectives, but this is the first time Todak's like, okay, it's not the first time they're ignoring, but it just seems like I thought they would understand what Homie's doing.
Yeah.
But they're letting this one go.
And Xion doesn't
they
want
know
to.
this is happening.
Yeah,
He's probably asking his teammate,
like,
where are you guys?
Get over here!
That's a free Drake. Let's go. Let's go. Maybe we'll have to see if if Todak needs. Yeah, you're saying?
Here's what's the most upsetting about that to me, right? It's okay to concede a Drake, especially if you don't think you can win the fight, but you have to get something else. Homiee put all of their players on one point of the map. They had 4 players around that Drake. Use that time to achieve something else. And Todak didn't do that. They didn't even set up vision in near the Baron or anything like that. They just walked around their own jungle for a minute.
Now, the fact that you just said they're walking around their jungle for a minute. Wait, hold that thought. It might be a fight here.
Solar Flare will go through. Xion very nearly dead. Will drop the Cataclysm at the very front of this fight and is knocked into GA. From the bush comes the rest of their team, but they can't gain access yet again. Xion is left out to dry. And with the jungler dead, it's not Drake time anymore, Jackie. It's Baron time.
But like I think they're going to be taking this one on Homie's side.
Yeah, they have to. Todak needs a contest. You see what they can get out of it. Oh, they've already lost Fabi. This is just over. They'll lose Saki as well. And I do not see a way back into this game. Homiee are looking so good in Game 4, which would close the semi-final and guarantee them qualification to the main event.
Now, as I was saying right before the team fight, you said they were just jungling and they weren't really responding. This is just the same as the game number 2, was it? Where they just didn't respond. This is the same playstyle. They're not responding, and they're just doing their own thing.
But they're not doing their own thing. That's the frustrating part. They're not doing anything. You know,
that's the thing.
some...
Like, it just feels like it's not going well.
Oh dear. We have a little bit of a delay between us, if you notice some awkward pauses. And every now and then we talk over each other consistently. But you know, there's some jungle being picked up here. There's Fabi's getting a little more gold, but it just doesn't seem worth it. And Homiee are laying a trap here. Oh dear. Goodbye, Famous! And that might be 2. Solar Flare lands onto Xion. They're locked down. There's no way out of it. A double kill goes over, and that unlocks the Baron because yet again the jungler is gone. But this time, Todak only have 3 players to try and force them away. Yilang will go over the wall, joined by LC2 in the front lines, and Fabi is just being bodied. Glacial Fissure goes wide. LCC2 will finally go down, but the Baron is taken, and Todak aren't even contesting it.
Todak, they're not responding at all. I think this feels like what you call a hope Todak makes a mistake. I think that's what you called it.
Yeah, that's my phrase. When games are so unwinnable that the only way back into it is the other team making a grievous error. And I think that's where you're at, you know. And I don't think that's where they were at a moment ago, but Homiee now with the Baron have the game in the bag. And all that remains to be done is Todak are going to sit back and wait for an opportunity to present itself. And if one doesn't, they ought to lose the game. They think they've found one here, though. And Zen is alone, but they'll flash quite easily out of the Cataclysm. And my god, that Darius is looking for more.
I feel like Todak just needs to wait behind their turrets and just wait for some kind of mistakes coming in for a favorable team fight.
Yeah. Because, I mean, the favorable team fight isn't going to present itself to them. Going for that Darius is the right idea. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out. And I don't think you're going to get another isolated player like that.
Well, we'll see if Xion can make some kind of difference. That's my best hope for him right now. If Xion can initiate well along with these Aurelian.
Oh! Zenith Blade falls short. So Famous doesn't die. But they do reset all the way back inside the base. And the first inhibitor turret has fallen as Baron minions chipping away at the second inhibitor turret here in the mid lane. The A-Soul stun will zone back the front lines. But Homiee are quite okay with being zoned back, because guess what's back?
Drake time, your favorite.
Woo!
But it seems like everything is just going downhill from now. Todak, they need to get rid of this Xayah, I feel, if there's a way for them to actually win this. Oh, this is so satisfying, everyone teleporting at the same time.
Yeah.
But yeah, they really need to get rid of this Xayah.
CY has been a terror across this entire series. I think they're my series MVP. We don't choose the MVP. I believe the other broadcast does that, but we will get an MVP. But if I had to choose, if I had to pick one, it would be either Liang or CY on the Xayah.
What about how has Febby been doing, in your opinion, so far? He's been doing the most damage for every time he plays this Febby, or at least the second person.
Febby can be my SVP at this rate. We don't know what that means, but you don't get MVP on the losing team. Oh, do it. He does! For the wall! A deep dive in, Solar Blade followed, the inhibitor turret will fall, and this is looking like game. Homiee bringing the forces to bear, a deep dive into the Nexus, and indeed, in 3-1 fashion, Homiee will qualify for the main event at the Icon Series group stage.
Congratulations to both team, but Homiee taking this all. But I would like to point this out. Todak is a well-known, respected team here in the Southeast Asia region, especially in Malaysia, and Homiee is just an underdog, an unknown, and they're just carrying this all the way to a 3-2-1 in favor of Team Homiee.
Yeah, there you go, your final score, Team Homiee. Walking away with an upset win over esports franchise here in Southeast Asia. Todak, that is a kind of spectacular result to start our day on. It is, of course, only the start of our day, though. We do have the MVP still to give away. We're going to have the stats in a moment. And then a second series. And then an entirely second series with its own favorites as we do head towards, I think, the matchup I was more excited for at the start of the day, although that was quickly washed away by how incredible our first series was. Do you want to talk about our second game here today?
Well, the second game coming up. Well, I actually want to point out back to the last match, the Homiee versus Todak, actually. But yeah, like I've said before, Todak, they just played a bit slow again. They were actually cracking the code of how to beat up Homiee, but after that, they just went back to their little, a bit, I want to say scared. They just went to the jungle and responded. Like you said, they didn't respond. They know that Homiee will go to Drake. They know they will go to the Baron and all the objectives down at the river, but they just didn't respond at all. I don't know what happened to Todak.
Yeah, they work out. Here are your stats. Remember when we were during the draft and I said the early mid aggression is what's going to make this composition. The skirmish fighting is what's going to give Todak the edge if they choose to skirmish, and they kind of didn't. You know, we didn't ever see Famous get to roam. We didn't ever see them define the pace of the game. They sat back behind their turrets and waited for Homiee to make an error which never came. LCC2 actually walking away with the highest damage stats this game, but the damage stats don't really matter on Homiee because they don't go for a lot of unnecessary fights. When they fight people, it's a CC chain, lots of good solar flares from Yilang, and it's over before it begins.
I like how you say they don't take unnecessary fights when fights aren't even coming to them because Todak is just staying back. But well done to both teams.
It is very easy to not take unnecessary fights in that situation.
Well, who was your MVP? Was it CY or?
I kind of went full circle during that last series because I had been bouncing back and forth between a couple of people. I think CY, who has been playing AD carry over for Homiee, looked really good across the entire set, but I would say Yilang as the support is my personal favorite. That was a very good Leon again.
Bias your supports, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially Leona supports. That's my main character, and anytime you can decide so many fights like that, I'm all in.
Well, for me, it would be CY with all those damage that he's been doing. But definitely, without your perfect supports, you wouldn't be able to do all those special moves, you could say. But yeah, we're going to be getting on to the next game coming soon.
Yeah, we are going to be heading towards our second series of the evening. Stop me if I pronounce this wrong. Berjaya Dragons playing off against RTZ Underank.
It's Berjaya.
Berjaya Dragons. See?
Sure, Berjaya Dragons.
What you're here for. Also, your analysis, but mostly stopping me from looking like an idiot. As we head towards that second series, we do have Berjaya Dragons, who came out during the preseason event in second place, so an expected favorite. That'll all be after this. We're going to go to a lightning fast break, come back with the MVP series number 2. You won't want to miss it.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport. Terlampau tiba, Xian terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down, first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, no what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what to say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, telah pun tiba. Siang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open's Open Qualifier #1 for the Icon Series. My name's TJ, joined by Guitar Strings, also known as Jackie, as we head towards our second series of the day.
You remember their names? How to pronounce it?
Berjaya Dragons
There we go.
versus RTZ. I'm getting
There
there.
we go. RTZ Undertakers, was it?
Underranked.
Rankers, alright.
Oh, I'll check.
Rank, there we go.
Oh
Underranked.
dear.
It's underranked.
Underranked. Yeah, I was 100% right. You made me doubt
It's underranked.
myself.
It's under,
How
but
dare
Undertaker
you?
sounds more. Undertaker sounds more. You know,
That's
more
a
daunting.
wrestler.
But
That's what
underranked
that
works
is.
too.
Let's head towards our lineup for Berjaya Dragons, as they were one of our highlight teams coming into today. If you're looking for a team that is one of the, expected favorites here in Malaysia, I think they are that team. They got second during the preseason tournament, the Icon Invitational, losing to Geek Fam in a 5-game grand final that went all the way. And after making some changes to that roster, they're kind of the expected favorite in today's tournament.
Well, in terms of RTZ, it seems like I can't really search much about them, but I have looked into their Facebook, and it seems like they do have an achievement here. On the 25th of March, they have won the champion for Challenger Odyssey, hosted by IRL Asia. So that's all we can see so far.
Yeah, I believe they are one of the teams that people have, begun to latch around as an underdog, but they certainly are that during this game. I just can't wait till we get to talk about their player roster, because they do have the greatest names. We'll head first over to our official screen. You can take a look at those very pretty logos. That sure is a dragon.
Which one's your favorite logo so far? Left or right? Oh wait, before that.
And here is your lineup for the Berjaya Dragons as we head towards it. You may recognize Tainted Ones, as well as Sagi. Those are the two players who stayed on this roster since the preseason invitational. The others are all newer names.
Actually, if you take a look at the Wikipedia, it seems like Chili was actually a coach before for Teams Berjaya,
Ooh.
according to Wikipedia.
He promoted himself to player.
Yeah, probably.
Fans in the region are apparently very attached to Sagi. Do you know anything about him? Are you able to fill us
No,
in there?
I have not heard of any of these players, but yeah, Sagi, I've also heard about good things about him as well.
Mm-hmm.
But he's AD carry, that's all I know.
He'll be the AD carry for this lineup, and during the games I found he was, playing the meta, pulling out the corky, that kind of thing. We'll head on over to the RTZ Underank roster. As they on the opposite side here. God, that was well timed. We're just going off the other stream, they're working their way through things, and we're just matching them. So I timed that very well. Over on their side, they do have Crown and Owo, which are kind of my favorite 1-2 punch, as well as Yoshi. Like, just very good names, but I don't know too much about them.
How do you pronounce the Poinards? Poinards, right?
See, I just feel committed to going, full English pronunciation on it, which would be Poinards.
Well, what's the
You could even get like a little bit of a Y
production?
sound in there.
Maybe
Because you could say poignant. I don't know.
Oh no.
That's how
say
I
the
would
G silent.
swing at it. Yeah, we can go there. We'll have fun with it. Hey, the rest of the names make up for it. We can struggle on the one and just thrive on things like Owo and Crown.
Now, so RTZ has actually been rising up, like you just said, but they actually been rising up in other games as well. They're pretty new. I've seen them a bit on other games as well, mostly in Valorant as well. I've seen, and now apparently Wild Rift. So yep, they're up the rise.
Berjaya Dragons is a legacy team name that I remember from back when I was casting Southeast Asian tournaments in other mobile games. They've been around for a while, is that right?
That is definitely right. They have achieved quite a lot of achievement, and already Wild Rift hasn't been out for that long, but they have definitely achieved quite an accomplishment, like you said before.
Yeah, they are one of the hottest teams coming into this tournament in Malaysia as we head towards the draft. God, I'm so good right now. We will keep track of where these characters go. I want to call out the Vi for Tainted Ones, as well as the Corky for Sagi. So keep your eye on those two picks.
Now, before we continue with the draft, I actually want to point out that now it's going to be a very underdog versus a very, very well-known team. Once again, just like Todak as well from last game. So it's going to be quite surprising if RTZ takes this really well on game number 1. And I do root for the underdog still. So I don't care what draft is going to happen. I'm going to root for RTZ.
Your bans are Katarina Alistair out of Berjaya, with RTZ Underank getting rid of the Gragas and Ziggs. Garen, first pick as well. I'm having a great time.
Now, looking at the bans, yes, Arsta has been really it's been picked and banned most of the time, so it's really, really strong. It's definitely the S tier, and we do see, hopefully, pick that Teemo, man. Pick that Teemo,
No.
But we're going to see Camille instead. Teemo, hey, I'll give $5 for them
It's
for
not gonna
Teemo.
Are you trying to bribe the
fate.
teams? We're only
No.
an hour into the
No, we don't
broadcast.
do
You're
that.
trying to bribe the teams. Come on, Jackie, I thought you were better than this.
Well, we do see.
We will get that
Twisted Fate,
Garen.
though.
And the Garen's very exciting for me because I frankly haven't seen any Garen across all of the European play I've casted to this point. Following it up with a Lee Sin and a Braum, much more traditional picks over for the Berjaya Dragons over on RTZ Underank, as you were talking about. You do have the Twisted Fate. Presumably in the mid lane with Graves to take up the jungle. Camille versing that Garen in the hands of Crown up top.
We see another Corki once more again, dishing out some damage. Will it be as good as
Called it.
Freddy's Corki? We're gonna see
I think
Yoshi,
we'd see
though.
at least
Yoshi.
one Corki this series. Oriana on the opposite side will match the Twisted Fate in the mid lane. To watch out for is the Twisted Fate's kind of roam potential. This is very powerful, of course, in League of Legends PC. You can show up in any lane at any time and find a kill. In Wild Rift, it's even more powerful as all teleports are, because you can show up in a lane and then get back to your lane before you even miss a wave because of the smaller size of the map.
I have a question. What do you feel about this Garen pickup, actually? I don't see it in the tier list, actually.
Yeah, I was talking about that. The Garen is not in any way meta, at least that I have seen. And I haven't been following the Malaysian scene. I haven't been following a lot of Southeast Asian competition. It's been a while since I did a tournament here in SEA. So maybe I've missed a trick. But Garen normally is very easy to kite right now. He's very easy to just poke and stay at range from, especially with a Twisted Fate, who does have, if you don't miss up the mini game, an on-demand stun at any given time. So I am really kind of looking towards Zisune and hoping to see something special here. Whenever someone locks in something off meta like a Garen, I want to see it work.
Well, seeing it not being in the tier list and seeing Berjaya, a well-known team, we'll see what kind of tricks they can offer us for some entertainment.
Yeah, that'll be the main thing to watch. I think it's also worth talking about this Janna that did get locked in the final cycle for RTZ Underank. I do like Janna here in Wild Rift, but it's going to be into a Kai'Sa, into an awful lot of aggression with the Lee Sin as well. And I just see the fact that they don't have a tank is a potential problem for RTZ if they don't land all of their stuns and knockups perfectly. This game starts aggressively with Berjaya Dragons poking into the jungle, trying to steal away some raptors, start the game off with a bang.
This is starting to feel a little bit similar to another game I know called Mobile Legends with 3 mid. But
I don't imagine we...
Yeah, you first?
I don't imagine we hold that position. This is, I think, just trying to enable this invade. But it has worked. You can see that 3-man mid group now going into the jungle and successfully stealing away an awful lot. The big trick now is to stop RTZ from managing to get all of that back on the opposite side. You know, set up a vertical jungle. We'll see if that happens.
I say this reminds me of 3 mids because in another game, the Mobile Legends scene has run a 3 mid, and it might have affected Wild Rift in some way or form. I'm not sure how the PC one goes, but I've heard that when Wild Rift released, some Mobile Legends player brought their strategies into Wild Rift, and sometimes it works.
Oh, they were so confident that they would get that scuttler from the burning from the red buff. It's blowing my mind. It worked. I would like to confirm that we did not see a counter invade from OWO. They did not get any jungle back, which means there's a pretty massive gold lead for Berjaya Dragons at the very start of this game.
What do you think the objective of this Garen should be right now? since it's off meta.
Not getting poked down by the Camille. The higher mobility of that Camille is going to make this lane so hard to play. Saki is in trouble in mid though. As the duo mid that RTZ are continuing to run, their AD carry support duo hanging out in the mid lane, is continuing to work. It's not optimal for a lot of reasons. I think foremost among them that Poinards is running Twisted Fate, who has teleport range. You want to put that in the middle of the map so they can teleport in either direction, right? That maximizes the efficacy.
I think that RTZ, judging by their draft, I think they just need to do whatever it takes to protect Twisted Fate to dish out some massive burst damage. However, on Berjaya, they revolve a lot around Kai'Sa and the rest of the team to sustain and keep her alive. So it all depends who can protect their dishing out damage well.
I do think you need to flip it as well and talk about, you know, what tools they have to access the backline though. Because that's the battle between Tainted Ones on the Lee Sin and Crown on the Camille. Those are the two dive sources. Bernard's in trouble as we will get one half of that. Tainted Ones with a good kick to start things off, does find this stun, but won't recast the resonating strike. Not interested in chasing behind turret.
And it'll be 6 seconds left before the first Drake spawn. And will they actually go for this one? Who's gonna get for this one first? It's gonna be a Mountain Drake popping up.
Tainted Ones in the area. Interested in locking down vision, picking up the Rift Scuttler at least.
RTZ, I don't think they're responding quickly enough against Berjaya Dragons at the Drake area. I don't think they're going for it.
Yeah, they do.
They're just playing around.
They do have essentially a 4v4 developing there. But RTZ can't start the fight with that Rift Scuttler down. They'll just be spotted very instantly. So instead, they need to take their time. Teleport is being spent into the mid lane as the Twisted Fate prepares for this fight. Here it is, Destiny cast. Watch out for that TFTP. We are going. There it is, Poinards out of the space with the gold card instantly deployed, but the redemption is there. Valkyrie finds nothing. Drake is so very low. Backline dive from Tainted One. There's no smite on the Drake, but it will be picked up by Berjaya. They lose Tainted Ones on the dive. However, Hextech ultimatum. Now they've lost two as Sagi falls as well. You've lost your Kai'Sa, you've lost your Lee Sin, but you have got a Mountain Drake.
I feel like RTZ won that fight because Braum just stunned onto Graves, and that was it. He just missed everyone else, and then they just capitalized on that control. The Chili missing out his ultimate.
Yeah, quite a lot of kind of engage going awry there. I'm going to particularly flag Tainted Ones who recast Nating Strike, you know, full Lee Sin dive into like a 1v4 in the backlines while the Drake's still being taken. That was very, very dangerous because Tainted Ones is the majority of the team's damage and does have smite at this point in the game. So you really, really want Tainted Ones on the point to smite away the Drake. It worked out because the Kai'Sa burst is essentially a smite if you land all the techs. But it was very dangerous. It could have been smited away by RTZ.
Lee Sin is staying nearby the little pit here on the Rift Herald, but we'll be going back, and they're definitely gonna be going on for the mid tower. Gonna mid up at mid tower and go for the Rift Herald.
Rift Herald has arrived. Sheldon themselves, half HP already. RTZ are here to contest. There's the Destiny, but a Shockwave denies any hope of entry. Rift Herald will be picked up by the Berjaya Dragons. Yet again, the Valkyrie goes wide. Hextech Ultimatum will be deployed, though. It's a quick lockdown onto the back line. Front line Garen will do so much damage, though. And that is Point Iron's gone. Deleted by the full focus. Everything you were hoping for over for RTZ. They do not get the Rift Herald. And they have lost the fight advantage they earned earlier. That gold lead has just evaporated.
It's just not too far away though for the gold lead RTZ and Berjaya Dragons. But they do get the objectives well done, so let's see where will this transition to with the Rift Herald. Preferably, I think they might use it on the bottom, but judging on how they're locating, I think they want to use it on mid.
Caruso responsible for that fight. I would say this is another really good Orianna performance. Point Iron's not able to find anything there. And most disappointingly, Crown, found their target. Sagi did get locked down by the Hextech Ultimatum in the middle of that fight. And they didn't get to do anything with it. Berjaya, had their theoretical star carry locked down, and RTZ didn't get anything out of it. Just 15 seconds on the next Drake here as we head towards our second Drake of the game. We're putting an awful lot of emphasis on it earlier, but they don't have control of the river right now.
Berjaya still have the Rift Herald, so the Drake's gonna be up. I mean, the Drake's already up, so this could be
the Drake's already being taken.
Berjaya.
The Drake is gone. Destiny is spent, so there is vision on this. Glacial Fissure locks up the front lines, though. Drake's already gone, and a quick kill over. As my god, this Garen is working. Monsoon will be deployed. You have the Hextech Ultimatum dropped onto Zizune, but it does not stop him. The damage being thrown in from Sagi on the back lines, and here is that Rift Herald. Sheldon asks, did you miss me? Turret gone in the mid lane. 2 kills over Berjaya. And they now have a 4,000 gold lead at the 10-minute mark.
You see that? They took the Rift Herald and then just waited until they got the dragon completely for free. Well, almost free, but it was really late. RTZ reacted a bit too late. And then once they got the dragon, they just pushed down to the mid tower and then summoned up the Rift Herald, and it definitely did a lot of damage for that. Now it's a 4K lead. Now it's a 5K now, right now.
Mm-hmm. The numbers adding up here. As, you lose one fight, it's kind of weird. RTZ, they're fine, but now 2 to 3 small skirmishes going Berjaya Dragons' way. And you're starting to worry about their late game potential because RTZ don't have game-winning late-game team fights, so they read the room as well as we do and say, let's try to end this game before we go late. They start the Baron. Berjaya spot it out, and RTZ have to abandon their Baron rush.
Good reaction coming in from Berjaya, not letting RTZ breathe at all. And I thought it was going to be a team fight coming, but RTZ can't go in at all. Berjaya dominating the map so far. They have taken 0 towers on RTZ side, but Berjaya, they've taken almost everything so far. Bottom's going to be taken out. All the tier 1's going to go down right now.
And this is what I was talking about with where does your late game team fight come from if you're RTZ? They do not have the tools to keep the Lee Sin off of the backline. Unless Shanks is perfect, which you can't expect him to be. And you have so much damage available now from the Orianna, from the Kai'Sa over on Caruso and Sagi. I just don't see a way back into this for RTZ.
That's right, TJ. Tainted is just too much troublesome against the Twisted Fate. Just diving in. And then Sagi just doing all those damage as she can. And now Berjaya Dragons, they're just gotta be going up for the next objectives.
The Garen we doubted is also a huge part of this game so far.
Well, we didn't really doubt it, the Garen.
I did. I won't put words in your mouth. I doubted the Garen. But doing a lot of damage on the front lines of these fights and also being a very operable tank. Like, this has worked out incredibly well, and the Garen is actually the player with the most gold in the game. So take that as you will. Dive in here in the mid lane. Sagi, killer instincts forward underneath the turret and will find the kill. RTZ lose Shanks. And that means there's nothing to protect your back lines, even theoretically, as Sagi continues to just step forward and land auto attack after auto attack. Guess what time it is?
Drake time, let's go. It is now Drake time. Objectives for Berjaya over and over again. They're gonna be catching up all of these turrets soon.
Berjaya able to win the fight in the mid lane with perfect timing, immediately turn over towards the Drake. And that fight comes from Sagi just spotting an opportunity, killer instincting in, and nuking Shanks, just absolutely destroying them.
But the Baron is alive, and they will be taking it. Tainted once.
Tainted has just cleared out all vision for the surrounding area, but don't believe there's any reason to risk going for the Baron itself at this point for Berjaya. They have such a comfortable lead.
RTZ needs to do whatever it takes to come back from this, but it's just that Tainted Ones just keeps going onto the backlines, distracting onto RTZ's damage.
And the worst part is there are multiple threats now, right? And what do you do if you're RTZ? How do you get past Garen and Braum to access an Orianna or Kai'Sa, who at this point could one-shot anyone you send?
Well, like you've said, just wait
being
for a mistake.
Vision is on the board. Dive over the wall for the steal. Oh, he gets it! RTZ steal the Baron! It is not, in fact, the smite from OO, but an auto attack from Yoshi. That is incredible.
Now that advantage coming in onto RTZ sides. Is this enough to make it a turnaround?
Jasune steps too far forward, perhaps upset over the loss. Nearly pays the price. Lots of damage onto Chili as well. Very low HPs across the board. But do RTZ dare step up forward? No, they do not. This was why I said I didn't believe Berjaya had any interest in going for the Baron. Show me this. It is literally an auto attack that gets that. Because they can just wait. They are winning the game at that point. Their choice to go for the Baron while the entire RTZ team are on the board introduces unnecessary risk. They could have just waited till they were able to force a team fight. Won the team fight and won the game. Now RTZ do have a couple moments with this Baron to try and make something happen.
But Berjaya, they do have the map control so far, so it's definitely not too big of a loss if they could just play the cards carefully right now up against RTZ.
Turret will go down. Here's the push ever further forward. Nothing found in that bottom lane. And guess what time it is?
It's hero time. Or Drake.
Dragon time.
Or Drake. Or Drake.
Yeah. It's going to be the Elder Cloud Drake, which is not the most important of Drakes, but still, of course, gives true damage because it's an Elder, so especially with 3 prior Drakes in the bag, Berjaya will win the game if they get it. There's no two ways about it. And I'm worried. 15 seconds on that, game-ending timer. And what are RTZ doing? They're resetting. They're going back to base to get their buys. 5 seconds now on the timer.
And they will be getting this Elder Drake, the Cloud one. And it seems like RTZ, they don't want to let this. If they let this go, it will be a GG for RTZ, I feel.
Player advantage on the map. However, Tainted Ones does get stunned up. That gets dangerous. Killer Instinct in. Oh, Sagi can't find the kill. Heal saves the day. Yoshi stays alive. Oh, Woe is there in the area as well as the deep dive continues. Its destiny popped, but nowhere to teleport. Tainted Ones over the wall, knocked into stasis. Yoshi still alive. Shut down as the damage is there from Karuto. And that should be game.
Or they could just
Hunnard's
walk back.
not able to get anything done. Berjaya win the team fight. They'll now turn for the Elder. And I don't see a way to stop it, save another steal.
Tainted Ones doing really well here, going in, being the first one up ahead, and manages to almost die, baiting out RTZ. But then the whole entire team of Berjaya Dragons, they're just too good at reacting, along with the Tainted Ones.
I mean, Karuto just has so much damage at this point. What do you do? I can't believe Sagi got away with that. Sagi Killer Instincted, like, into a 1v3. It was just fine.
Well, that's why Berjaya is well known, apparently.
Here's the Baron. Berjaya focusing it down. Destiny is procced. They know what's up, but he can't do anything about it. They'll try and force a fight forward. Point Art's TPing in, dropping the gold card, but all this damage is going on to Zisune, who is a Garen and doesn't notice. There's the first pickup. Oh, Killer Instinct! Sagi continues to jump forward. They're going to find another free kill, and that's going to be the Braum Glacial Fissure actually locking things down, as Berjaya with a very flashy final fight will take game number 1 in this series, bringing them to a 1-0 scoreline.
I definitely feel that Berjaya was definitely dominating that match, but their opponent RTZ not doing so well. But could they take this as a lesson and read up on Berjaya's playstyle?
I mean, what do you take as a lesson from that game 1, though? Don't let Tainted Ones have Lee Sin? Probably. Don't let Sagi have Kaisa? Probably. Don't let Karuto have Orianna? Probably. But you've only got 2 bans. I feel as though Berjaya outdrafted RTZ and then outplayed them. And it's very hard to make up for both of those simultaneously.
Yeah, the Lee Sin definitely Tainted One has impressed me throughout this match so far. And Sagi as well, doing all those damages coming in. But yeah, what about this Garen pick that we've been talking about?
It worked out. It was the frontline tank that Berjaya needed to keep their Orianna Kaisa backline safe. I do want to, we're obviously talking about Sagi, which is the Killer Instincts are really fun to watch, but Karuto is the damage here. Karuto is the reason those fights were so dominant in the late game. 30,000 damage, or 500 short. Over on the opposite side, just for reference, the highest is Yoshi at 24k. It's not even close.
Well, I just hope that Berjaya goes easy a bit on RTZ, but with no mercy in the Wild Rift, shall we? But what do you think that RTZ should do to actually make up on this? Was it a skill problem? I think it's a draft pick.
I do think there need to be changes made during the draft. I do think I want to see some stuff change around there, but there's not a whole lot that can be learned from a game that is that dominant, I will say. It is time to learn about something else, though. This is a segue. We're going to talk about JBL, who are one of our glorious sponsors today. The new JBL Quantum Series headsets are available now and you can find out more at jbl.com.my. Maybe that would help them win the game.
Well, dominated game indeed for Berjaya. I don't know what to say. It's just been shutting down on the RTZ team.
Yeah, a lot of that is the early map control that just looked so good. And a lot of that is also the incredible aggression that was displayed behind it. If you want to aggressively search for some good deals, you do as a customizable telco in Malaysia. And if you, the viewer, sign up using this QR code, then you can get a special discount, 5 gigabytes for free. So go ahead and scan this QR code to download the app and check out UDO. That is going to wrap us up here as we head towards a break. As we head towards Game 2, I want your thoughts. What is the one thing that absolutely needs to change?
RTZ, like you've said before, it could be a skill problem. It's only game 1, but judging it so far, it feels like it's a skill difference there, but we'll never know. In terms of change, ban out Lee Sin. He's been really top pick and top ban, so might as well just get that out of the way.
Yeah, I would say that was a very, very good draft for the composition they wanted to play. And if you can disrupt that, that's step 1. We'll see. We got a draft for Game 2. We got a Game 2 after it. All of that will be in just a few minutes when we come back from this short break.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, telah pun tiba. Siang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down ini. Nexus. Okay. Nice.
Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this.
Okay.
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. Introduce me. I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high. Got no time to waste.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara telepon. Telah pun tiba. Xian telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
We've got one more ticket for the Icon series to book, and maybe just 2 more games. Here is our second best of 5 of the evening enters game number 2. My name is TJ, joined by the one and only Jackie Guitar String as we get towards our next game.
And certainly we might go to 2 more games or completely best of 5. And I always wish for a best
Optimistic.
of 5 completely. Always gotta be optimistic.
And the reason that's awfully optimistic is because RTZ just got bodied. Berjaya just demolished game number 1. They had an ideal draft. Tainted Ones got Lee Sin. Karuto in the mid lane walked away with an Orianna. And then bot lane you have Kai'Sa Brawl. It is literally everything you want in a Wild Rift draft, and they proceeded to apply it with extreme prejudice. I guess that changes in the draft. I guess that's the first thing we need to look at.
They definitely should ban out, like I've said, Lee Sin. That's like the first thing that needs to be out in the game. So, what about you? What do you want in the draft so far?
Challenge them on those picks. It doesn't necessarily even need to be banning, but taking some of them for your own. RTZ actually hovered something during the draft that was really interesting, and I hesitate to talk about this because it's, speculation, something they never actually ran. But they thought about going Pantheon Twisted Fate, which is a really fun composition because Pantheon also has a global teleport, essentially. So you have 2 characters who can be anywhere on the map at any given time, which is incredibly powerful during a laning phase. Here's the problem, they never got a laning phase. Berjaya started the game by invading them, by roaming across the entire map, by going for 3v3s. The Twisted Fate never had an opportunity to isolate individual picks. And I think RTZ need to draft with an awareness of that. I want to see them draft a scrappier teamfight composition.
And to continue what you just said, I just think it comes down to experience. Berjaya sticking together, not letting them lane at all with that teleportation you were talking about. So definitely wouldn't have worked for RTZ. And looks like Lee Sin is still in the pool.
Lee Sin is still in the pool. Orianna still in the pool. Braum still in the pool.
Well, let's do a... Well, is Garen banned? Yep, Garen's banned. Garen is banned. No more...
I don't think Garen is worth a ban. I'm going to be real.
Well, they banned it anyways. Yeah, I do question it as well.
The Akali is here as the first pick for Berjaya. The 2 bans that do make perfect sense to me. The Alistair Ziggs. Some people think Katarina is very good. I personally don't, but Berjaya are the pros, so I will cede to their judgment as they get rid of the character. The second pick for Berjaya behind the Akali is the Gragas, and that looks very good as a start.
Katarina has been quite top in the tier though, so opinions are opinions. So we'll keep it that way.
I'm entitled to mine. Okay, I like this. RTZ are challenging for some of these power picks. They take away the Braum Kai'Sa. They keep the Graves in the jungle. But the problem is, they're still giving over just as much as they're getting. Berjaya still have a very good composition. Sure, Zisune isn't going to get Garen top, but they've got Akali top, and that's better. You get the Orianna in the mid lane. You have the Gragas to act as whatever you need. I'm a little confused here because there is a Janet in support, so I assume this Gragas will be in the jungle. But I'll hold my judgment there, just in case anything gets truly wild.
Well, you can never put Berjaya down. They just pick a Garen out of nowhere, and it even made RTZ ban, so you never know what's gonna happen. But yes, Orianna and Akali dishing out those damage, it's definitely gonna be quite scary. Oh, Jinx.
This is a very good composition overall for RTZ. They have decent backline access now that they've drafted the Vi for Owo. They do have an answer to the Akali in the Darius, which has that AoE pull, which works very well as the defense of the Braum. My one critique would be they're a little lacking on damage, so it's going to be very important that Yoshi gets off to a strong start. It's going to be very important that their Kai'Sa controls the game. Otherwise, they're going to be in trouble, particularly as we go late game, because Berjaya have both an Orianna and a Jinx.
Yep, that's definitely going to be quite painful, and we'll have to see if RTZ is beefy enough to take all of this. Maybe Braum can soak up some damage, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, if this game goes long, if Berjaya manage to make this game last a while, they just win by default.
Yeah, but we can't say that. And we want more games, don't we? But like I've said, it could be 2 more games for Berjaya.
Either way, the series isn't over here. It is a best of 5, not a best of 3. As a reminder for what's on the line, the winner goes all the way to the Icon Series group stage. We did have our first team qualify during this qualifier number 1 just a few moments ago, as Homiee were able to upset Todak. Maybe we'll get a chance for upset number 2 as we head toward the game number 2 in semi-final number 2. RTZ Underank taking to the map yet again versus the dominant Berjaya Dragons.
And here we go on the way. 3 of the champs are in the bush. They might try and find some action here, but nothing will be going on for now.
This is what I was talking about when I said that you don't get a laning phase versus Berjaya. They're bringing their support AD carry jungle, their support AD carry to the mid lane. RTZ are the ones that press the advantage out of it this time, though, doing the same 3-man invade that Berjaya did to them during game number 1. The one difference, Berjaya don't just sit there and take it, they're matching the invade, sending their own jungle into the opposing bush. Top lane, there's going to be yet more pressure as Crown pushes forward here. Oh my lord, a flash away, but there's 3 stacks of the Winter's Bites, and the stun will come through. And that means that RTZ get first blood. And that's a very important one. Karuta and the Orianna that was so scary during game number 1 won't have that here in game 2. Into the smoke veil goes Izune, but Yoshi doing a very good job against them.
It looks like the Akali had a lot of moves right there, but Yoshi just chipping some damage slowly onto Akali, forcing her to back off.
Yep, Tainted One shows up from the jungle, but nothing will be found. Akali's one of those characters you're always like, she's already spent 3 dashes, there's nothing else. And Akali's got, and this is true, 4 dashes.
She looked so cool though for a second there, but she just kept getting lower and lower health, dashing around.
Yeah. The secret is you can always look cool by Akali, you just button spam. You don't have to actually achieve anything, it looks cool as hell. Pressure in the mid lane will force.
Plenty later of the game, I think Akali needs to chase up onto Kai'Sa and definitely shut her down in the late game.
That's going to be very important to watch. It's kind of Vi versus Akali in terms of dive. We highlighted this matchup last time, but Owo has all the dive over on RTZ. As the Baron, the first Drake of the game does come up, we're going to do our customary vision check, see who's setting up for it. The Berjaya Dragons do have a couple of aggressive wards set up across the map. And there's not really anything in answer from RTZ. They do have some warding of their own set up equally aggressively. But it's around the buff in the top Baron side, which isn't especially useful.
We'll have 25 seconds left before the first Drake will be coming out here. And it seems like they'll be converging slowly onto that. And Berjaya seems like they're the one that's going to be there. The early birds going in with Gragas and Oriana. And the rest of the team will be coming soon. Here comes a red
Here we
Drake.
go, Berjaya. They are roaming Zisune down from the top lane to make sure they have an even player count in this fight. As they start the Drake immediately on spawn. Over the wall! Oh, in, instantly trapped by the Jinx. Drake goes down. Berjaya win the fight without needing to fire a shot.
Did RTZ take that? The Drake?
Oh, you're right, they did. A very impressive
Yeah,
steal.
they did.
I
Well,
completely
congratulations
missed
to
it.
RTZ.
I saw OO get instantly trapped, and I thought that was it, but I must have managed to get the steal somehow. It wasn't from the smite, unless I'm mistaken. Wild
But anyhow,
stuff.
well done to RTZ though for taking that. But the game's not over yet. No towers has been taken down, and everyone's still on the same gold, same kill. So I don't think they're gonna be reacting much to this anytime soon. But look at this, Akali. She looks so cool with all the knives and all. Absolute
Doing a little bit
ninja.
more damage that time.
Yeah.
I apologize. I'm kicking myself for missing that steal. We've been going a while, that's my only excuse. Getting a little
So how are you
tired
holding
here.
up, TJ? Yeah, I was gonna ask. How are you holding up, TJ? Being what time is it now at your place?
It's now 7 AM, so it's regular morning
7
time.
a.m.
Which is good, because I tripped over my cat when it was like 4 AM. I was going to the restroom in between games and I just walked into her.
What's with you
Felt
and animals,
awful.
man? You were talking
I
about
know,
the
I said I
corgi.
wanted to kill
And they just-
corgis earlier today. RTZ will start the trading this game, grabbing themselves the turret up in the top side. They're also going to use that to turn instantly over towards this Rift Herald. And Berjaya, what do? They're roaming up to fight it. Can't get anything out of it. The Rift Herald will go over. However, a big explosive cast finds kill number 1. Perfect execution is lined up for Zisune. Can't find this second, despite Shanks being low. Berjaya find a kill. They'll trade poignards for the Rift Herald. Depending on how this goes, they might get a turret and a Drake as well off of that. Poignards has just respawned, so I think it will just be a turret. Drake is
Do you
too
see
long
that
at the time.
Zisune? Zisune did a lot of damage there just now. Could potentially show you a future, foresee what she's gonna do later in the game. Damn, she has the coolest
was
attack
one of-
animation.
It was one of the reasons why I thought that this game is going to be real trouble for RTZ if we go into a late game.
But like you said, Vi might just dive in right onto Zisune. So we'll have to see if Owo manage to
Oh, whoa.
do that.
Drake is up in 30 seconds. 40 seconds. Cut me some slack. And Berjaya don't seem totally concerned about it. They're going to make sure that they have the waves set up. They're going to make sure that they can control the top half of the map as well. Which is dangerous. RTZ did already get the first Infernal Drag.
It's only 10 more seconds left before they proceed to the next Drake coming. Will be the Mountain Drake.
And Berjaya don't have control of the river. Monsoon will be spent. That was the Janna ult. burned pretty instantly. The Drake is already underway. Here come Berjaya finally. Drake around half HP and Berjaya are into the pit. They can't find the Drake proper, and actually Tainted Ones is overstepped, stunned up, locked down, Glacial Fissure, he's gone! A strong start to the fight. Oh, dropped into stasis, will try and flash away, still gets picked up on the Drake though, and you can see Sagi doing so much damage from the back of the fight as Zisune flashes on in and finds one, maybe two. Perfect execution, ready to go. No, dash is missed, but Penard's is so very, very low. The Darius in the front line from Crown will go down simultaneously. And it's going to be a complete ace. RTZ wiped on the board as Berjaya win the fight and this time take the dragon.
Did you see that Zisune? As I was talking about earlier, she did a lot of damage, but it was just like not killing them. But this time, manages to dish out lots of damage, and he was chasing. What was he chasing just now? Was it Graves? He was chasing one of them alone.
Yeah, was able to find 2 kills there. A very important fight for Zisune.
And next will be the Baron, and if they really take this Baron for Berjaya, they could just close the game instantly, unless RTZ says otherwise.
Zisune did complete Rabadons a moment ago, so there's a lot of magic damage out of Berjaya. Here comes your Baron.
I gotta compliment you on your pronunciation so far with Berjaya Dragons.
And work on it. Dive round the side. Tainted Ones will start this off, pushing OO back. This is all just a setup. How's my pronunciation of OO?
OO should be fine, right? OO.
I'm nailing it. Good to know. Got lots of practice on that one. OO's in trouble! Oh no, Glacial Fissure will start things off to turn the back, and you do have the full stun. Tainted Ones drop to half HP. But they've got plenty more, and Shanks does not as Zisune dives in. Shanks will fall, sniped round the side, and Monsoon regens the Berjaya Dragons back to full HP. This is going to be the Baron.
And like I've said, the Baron, I think that's it. After the Baron, perhaps. We'll see what RTZ is going to be doing because they're rushing in all the way, but can they get there in time?
They're so far away. Baron will be picked up. Double pull from Crown to try and turn things around, but they're instantly locked down. Goodbye, Crown. And maybe goodbye, RTZ, in game number 2 of this best of 5 series. As the Baron buff is picked up. And Berjaya now have a truly massive gold lead with which to implement it. Killer Instinct. Dive onto Sagi. No. Healed up by Chili. Shielded by Chili. There's no way that kill happens.
And they will just carefully take up this mid turret. And they're inching closer and closer to game number 2 victory for Berjaya Dragons. Can RTZ turn this, flip this around out of nowhere? I don't think they can.
Ooh. Tainted Ones pulled over the wall behind the turret, but they're okay with that. They say, alright, I guess I'm over here now. Take the turret. And here comes the push for the second inhibitor turret. Crown does not land the pull this time. And the turret is falling. Good Glacial Fissure will start things off. OO dives the backline. Zisune is badly positioned and dropped very low. Will dive through the team though, and with a shockwave to back him up, Zisune survives. And guess who doesn't? Yoshi, Crown, and Shanks. 3 players dead for RTZ as Berjaya Dragons shove through and end game number 2.
Do you see that? Zisune almost dying here. Oh, wait, never mind. She got killed anyways, but almost dying there. Definitely carried that team with all those damage dishing and manages to survive and escape from that.
Yeah, a very, very impressive game from the Berjaya Dragons, who fell behind early. You had that Drake get stolen away, you had them lose out slightly on the jungle trading, And they say, no, it's fine. They stabilize and win a couple of fights around the early Rift Heralds. Zizune absolutely the star of that game just for playing a fun Akali. But the majority of the damage, as always, resting with their two backline carries, Sagi and Karuto. Karuto was kind of bullied during the early laning phase, so Sagi had to pull their own weight this game. And they did.
I just really think that Zizune was the MVP for me, but Sagi definitely doing a good job dishing out damage. And of course, Orianna, Karuto, it's pretty basic stuff of doing out damage up against the RTZ. But RTZ, nice try, but let's get into the game number 3 that'll be coming soon. And they have to be careful. Berjaya, one more win away from this.
Yeah, and it's hard to pinpoint exactly what Berjaya are doing right. I love their aggression, I love how fast they start, but also they have a mastery of the draft that we haven't seen from any of the other teams in this tournament. Twice now, they've gone into the draft and come away with good, cohesive front-to-back comps that have assassin threat, that have backline sustain, and none of the other teams have been reliably able to generate that. The closest we got was Homiee, who did have a very good drafting across the series. Here's your damage chart. I said Sagi stepped up. There's proof of it. Double the next highest amount of damage over on RTZ.
Well, Zizune being the second one most damage in that team, and we've seen her dancing around the opponents, walking around and she's literally breakdancing. That's why I like Akali's tag animation, that's for sure.
Oh my god, wait till you learn about the K-pop Akali.
Yeah, I've seen those. That's for sure.
You've seen that Akali's got her own band? I thought I was going to blow your mind.
Which, I've seen the KDA with the first one they had, and the newer one with last year's Worlds. So that's the only one I've seen. But I've heard they
You're
have
up to date.
Yeah, I'm up to date, but not with the other songs.
They have a whole album, but those are the only two music videos, unfortunately, for you. You'll have to excuse, I'm going to have to find another co-caster for game number 3, because I believe that my good Frontier is going to be making his own fan cam, posting it to Twitter. Going to be a little bit busy as a Akali Stan account.
Out of KD, speaking of KDA, which one's your favorite in terms of KDA, like the characters?
I don't know. I don't really listen to music, so I have no real opinions.
Ooh, you can tell I'm a guitar player, so I'm pretty biased on music.
Cool. Check it out.
So yeah.
I like it. Let's talk game number 3 of this series. I was praising Berjaya Dragons' draft. I want to flip the script and talk about what worked for RTZ. Is there anything that stood out to you?
What worked? Banning Garrett?
Right.
Okay.
I'd go a little bit further. I want to see more from OWO, if that's okay. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that's for sure. Was he the one that was playing the Vi?
Yes.
Yeah, the Vi definitely needs something to go into the fight, and if she can get into the fight and just distract Akali, that'll be even better. But Akali was just too damn much on Zizune.
In the spirit of praising people that are playing well over on RTZ, I also think that it's worth noting how well Shanks has played as a support across both these games. Despite the team going wrong, despite the game going wrong, Shanks is doing a very good job controlling the map, landing their stuns, building space for their carries.
Well, we can't really say it went wrong entirely, because they did do well the early game, and they managed to trick you. They got the first Drake.
Yeah, OWO did that, which is maybe part of why they're my favorite player, because they did blow my mind. I would really like to see a clip of that, because I didn't think OWO was in smite range, so I'll have to go back. I'll have time, because we're going to go to a lightning fast break. We'll be back. Game number 3, potentially the final game of our evening. Berjaya Dragons on path to 3-0 and book their ticket to the group stage. You won't want to miss it. It will be right after this.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, terlampau tiba. Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fascinated. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just fascinated. I tell you the truth. I'm fascinated. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just fascinated. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours?
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, terlampau tiba. Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back. We're continuing here with the Icon Series Qualifier number 1 here in Malaysia. My name is TJ, joined by Guitar Strings, also known as Jackie. How are you doing? We got a moment to talk about that last game, and I really want to get into it. Oh, I'm told that you haven't unmuted yourself here in VMix. So I can't hear you one
No,
bit.
it's my turn. It's my turn this time. Oh, great. Okay, let me see. What did I just say? Oh, yeah. So, RTZ, it feels like they cracked the code a bit, but I feel like they were just lucky because they did get the drink, right? Remember? The one that you missed? And then later on, they got the Rift Herald as well. So it feels like everything was sort of under control until something went wrong there. And what went wrong was Akali on Zisuno. Yeah, definitely carried that match as well. So I feel like they just need to target the right person on the side of Berjaya Esports.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard. And you could see a couple of the fights where OO was spending the Vi kit to lock down Zisune's Akali. Which makes sense on one level, because you don't want the Akali to ruin your backline, obviously. But also, by that point in the game, you're tying up the Akali whilst your backline is better, right? Your backline is going to lose in a straight front-to-back fight versus Berjaya, so tying up the Akali is just kind of guaranteeing that. Here was the first couple of fights that did go well for RTZ, and then we'll shift our attention towards this, where despite a desperate steal, game number 1, things started to look very, very easy for Berjaya. The Garen doing so much on the front lines, and even as I was talking about, some really good brawn plays across this series. In game number 2, this was what you were talking about. I want to see this steal, and I don't think we got it. We're already past it. But this is what you were talking about. The Berjaya late game where there was so much just terrifying presence from Zisune. And here's what I was talking about. As you can see, Berjaya's Jinx just shredding these fights. And sure, in fights like this, they successfully occupied Zisune, but you're not going to win just because you've stopped the Akali. The backline damage is still there. You've still got a Jinx burning away at you. And that's not going to change because the Akali's not cleaning up.
Yeah, the damage is just too much on the Berjaya side with the, like you said, the Jinx definitely has made it really difficult for RTZ to actually make this a comeback.
So, what needs to change? I want OO to have some more support, and that's multifaceted. Obviously, OO themselves stay on the Vi, I liked it. But give Crown something that is either a frontline tank that can create a line of scrimmage, essentially, a safe place for the team to play behind, or full commit in the opposite direction, steal an Akali away, put them back on Camille, and go double assassin between OO and Crown and have the tools to really threaten, really take apart the backlines. But it feels like RTZ haven't ever committed in either direction. We haven't either had a full front-to-back teamfight comp that scales or a full assassin comp. And the fact that we've been hedging our bets, had half of the TFTP comp during game number 1, have this weird mixed front-to-back comp here in game number 2, has left them out to dry. And that means that they've got to clean things up in game number 3. I've got word that we're safe to throw to a break. We're going to be right back with the big ban, with the draft for game number 3, and you won't want to miss it. It'll be right after this.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba. Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to say.
eksplosif gas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport terlampau tiba. Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Boom, you're back. I don't know, there's something about that brass line that starts that teaser that gets me every time.
So it gets you pumped up all the way because you're probably sleepy by now.
I'm ready to
Are you
go.
sleepy?
The second I hear that, I'm good to go. My name is TJ, joined by Guitar Strings, also known as Jackie, as we head towards Game 3 of our second series of the day. We still have one more ticket out of the qualifier into the group stage of the Icon series to go. And this has looked real good for the Berjaya Dragons.
Yeah, looks like they're gonna be maybe taking this, but who knows? They have slipped up on the game number 2 at the very beginning, and maybe RTZ can do it again and get it a game, the next game number 4. Who knows? Maybe we could get to game 4.
Game 4, crossing my fingers. How do we get there? What's the ticket to Game 4? That's, of course, been our discussion over the last couple of moments. I think we need to focus a lot on the way they're playing their win conditions, because I haven't been able, for the first 2 games of drafting for RTZ, to identify, oh, this is how they win the game. I want to see them build something in the draft that they can execute a clear, easy-to-execute win condition from, and they've clearly demonstrated an idea of that. We saw them hover some really cool comps, so I just wanted to commit. Stop playing with my heart, RTZ. That's my note.
And it looks like Garen, like you said, you didn't like this ban. You said
no. I did not, because I don't think Garen is worth the ban. Zisune is going to play just as well on anything else. They've now dedicated 2 bans towards him. And I guarantee you, Zisune will have something else to pick. Ziggs gets through.
You just make a pun right there? Guarantee?
No, not intentionally, but it's pretty powerful. I should have done that intentionally.
Well, we're gonna see a Ziggs here. They're gonna be pushing up into towers. It's gonna be play at the mid. Is it usually a mid? Is there any other roles it could go on?
Does get played around with in support and AD carry, you know, thrown down there sometimes, but it ought to be mid.
Yeah. And Yasuo up and running. A lot of memes I've heard about on the Yasuo. But we'll be
up
playing
and running
this
it
time.
down, you mean? Yasuo actually works very well into Ziggs because the wind wall stops all the bombs from bouncing through. You have the projectile deflection. So that makes sense. You also have Braum, which is effective into that matchup for a similar reason. But I wouldn't have made those my 1-2 picks if I were RTZ, because you have just allowed Berjaya to build another composition that looks very, very simple and straightforward. They are going to scale into mid-game teamfights. They are going to demolish towers if you leave them alone. What do RTZ have? I like this. A little bit of a kettle comp in response. You have the Cataclysm bullet time combo at the heart of this team composition, where you're going to go in with the Cataclysm, lock people down, then lay the Misfortune ult on top of it. I think this is a massive improvement because you have multiple synergies. RTZ can also use the Braum ultimate to knock people up into the Yasuo Last Whisper. So a lot to be happy about over there for RTZ.
And they will be going on the Janna. Definitely did work well last game though for Berjaya Dragons. Definitely protected their own teammates. But continuing on what you just said, the Jarvan with the bullet time, definitely a great combo. We're gonna have to see if it will make a difference up against Berjaya. And there will be an Ahri. Oh no, not an Ahri. Oh wait, the Ahri went up there. Sorry, it's a trick in my eyes.
Ahri's still with us.
Yeah, Ahri's still with us. That's good.
Yeah, we passed the Ahri around the entire team. I like Ahri right now in Wild Rift, but she's certainly not meta. I think she's fun. I think she's powerful enough. But it does mean that this Yasuo is going top lane instead. And that wasn't what I predicted. Obviously, I talked up how good the Ziggs was into, or sorry, the Yasuo was into Ziggs, and they're not taking advantage of that. Ahri's also decent into Ziggs, but for different reasons. You have a lot of high mobility.
Well, what do you think is the win? Does this convince you? The win condition you were talking about on RTZ side?
I think RTZ have built some scary team fights, and that was important. They didn't have that before. I think RTZ, if they can, get everyone's ultimate up and then take a 5v5 team fight, they have the kit to win it, and it's pretty easy to execute as well. Opposing them, though, you do have a really good answer. This is just a very volatile, high damage comp from Berjaya Dragons. There's two parts to it. You obviously have the front line that is going to be the Wukong. It's going to be the Assassin Dive. But then sitting behind it, you got Ezreal, Ziggs. And Ezreal, Ziggs both have mobility options and an incredible amount of AoE burst spam going into late game. So if Berjaya Dragons, go into the late game, their damage numbers are just going to get kind of absurd. And I don't think there is the HP over on RTZ to match that. So they're gonna want to end this, around the 15-minute mark for RTZ. They want to get this game over with once they can start locking in those team fights.
I think for RTZ, we need to keep an eye on Owu again, the one that's been initiating last game. But with this new champion coming out that he's playing, it's probably gonna make a difference for his team. Yes, the Jarvan.
Yeah,
definitely.
We do have a somewhat slower start than we did during games 1 or 2, as this game is defined by the mid lane duos, again clashing, but nothing more. The most exciting thing that happened on the jungle invade was Sagi threw a single firebolt and stole away a bird.
So, as a person that's been playing League of Legends for a while, what makes Yasuo such a meme?
He's an incredibly aggressive character. His whole kit is about, just going in. Hold this thought. And he's also anime bait. Like, anyone who's really into anime will play him. So, these, young kids who are really into anime play the character and just feed, and that's why people think he's a meme.
Well, speaking of feeding, Yasuo almost died.
Yeah, he's just doing Yasuo things. There's also the fact that his kit is good enough that when it gets online, he oftentimes just can come back into the game through team fighting. So you have the joke of the 0-10 power spike, where if the Yasuo dies 10 times in lane, you can be sure they're going to still turn the game around.
So Yasuo is one of those characters that can actually be good at fighting up backlines, right?
Yeah, the big combo you're looking for here is the Glacial Fissure, because Yasuo's ultimate Last Whisper allows him to pick up and do massive damage to anyone who's knocked up. So if the Glacial Fissure gets a 3-4-man knock-up, all 4 of those people are going to be, taking massive amounts of damage.
That means RTZ needs to be wise on how they use their abilities here. One mistake could spell doom for all.
Yeah, we're going to pay a lot of attention to those ability combos. The other one you're looking for is Cataclysm from Owo, which will go in and lock people down, and then you just lay down Yoshi's Bullet Time, the AoE damage from the Misfortune ult, on top of it. Where are RTZ a little weaker, though? In these isolated fights, right? I'm talking up their combos, and that's true. But if you can fight instead around the individual skirmishes, which Berjaya Dragons are doing, you will win the game.
But it'll be 18 seconds left before this first strike's gonna be coming out, and looks like I feel like RTZ will be preparing with all the way on mid side, walking in, 5 seconds left on the clock for that first Drake, the Mountain Drake.
Here we go. A setup for it. RTZ sitting on the teamfight ultimates necessary for this. They have hit level 5 across the board. So, for the first time in this series, RTZ have a pretty easy win condition. Take and win these teamfights. Specifically during the early game. They're trying to isolate the Ahri here in the mid lane, trying to isolate parts of this composition so they don't need to fight into the combos, which is a very good idea. And they will force Poignets to roam all the way around the fight. Simultaneously, though, RTZ stopped the Drake from being started.
I don't think no one's actually going on to this Drake so far. But for Berjaya Dragons, I feel like they're gonna be the first one going in right now.
Berjaya Dragons will indeed start the Drake, and there's nobody nearby. Shanks is too far away, zoned back by the explosive cask. And that is going to be it. First strike of the game without a problem, without a fight to Berjaya Dragons.
RTG just lost the moment to actually go initiate, and like you said, they need to probably win this early game. But that's just one part of the loss, so not completely lost yet.
Yeah, that is a missed opportunity to be sure. But they will have a second objective to fight over. This Rift Herald coming up. So we'll see if RTZ can capitalize on this. They're much more eager about starting it. This is warded by the Rift Scuttler there. You can see that blue circle, so Berjaya know exactly what's going on. Tainted Ones is hovering nearby with the smite ready to go. He'll go in with the Cyclone. The knock-up is there from the Glacial Fissure, but it does not find enough, and indeed, Berjaya get first blood, Berjaya get the Rift Herald, and everything is green.
Everything going in favor of Berjaya Dragons. You said they have a win condition, but nothing. There's no win condition if you're taking every objectives, which Berjaya Dragon is.
Yeah, I mean, their goal was to avoid taking 5v5 team fights and instead take a series of skirmishes that they win. And I'm not entirely sure why RTZ opted into that, but they did, right? We just saw them try and take the Rift Herald with 2 players and not 2 players that comboed with each other. You're going to have the fight continuing over here on the top side of the map, where Tainted Ones did just take a turret. Karuto's nearby, so he'll be raining in the damage while Tainted Ones runs for his life. Redemption comes in for the heal. It's too late, but the Mega Inferno Bomb does damage. So Karuto wants to try and turn this fight. You have a TP in as well. True Shot will go wide, but over the wall. Oh, huge explosive cask. Disune trying to lock down this fight, but they cannot get a single kill. Everyone over for RTZ is low. Crown, 1 HP, finally falls. Poignards will jump through the fight, raining damage backwards and get away. A kill and a turret go to Berjaya. Nothing more. Ooh! A random, I take it back, another random kill comes out.
Shizune, that blast just now was very, very well played by him. Manages to knock onto 3 champions.
Yeah, a massive explosive cask kind of defines that fight.
That was I felt like the longest fight actually, just now. Out of all the matches we've casted so far.
Tainted Ones will drift away from the fight. Down bottom as a group of 3-4 players head towards them. I mean, RTZ have been kind of cowed out of this game you know, they still have this team fight we were talking about. They still have this 5v5 I was talking up. But having not deployed it once during the first 10 minutes, you're starting to near the end of its efficacy. They're just going to get outscaled by the raw stats available to every single Berjaya member. So they need to fight now. Cataclysm bullet time combo does land, but the Mega Inferno Bomb's there in answer. Poignard's 1 HP. Oh, whoa, already down. And with the jungler out of the game, there's not going to be any way for RTZ to contest this Drake or indeed deal with the fact that the Rift Herald has just been thrown down in the middle of the map. Yoshi will flash away from the fight. Shanks, 1 HP running for their life, will be able to stand united to Crown and get away. But getting away is what they're doing, and Berjaya will quite happily turn towards the Drake and pick it up.
Well, well done by Owu on this Jarvan ulti, catching up onto Sagi. But it was still not enough, catching up to Ezreal, but he still got the Drake instead, so yeah, more advantage goes to Berjaya Dragons.
And that's kind of adding up here, as the gold lead now sits around 6,000. And you know, you just start to look at the items. RTZ simply don't have the damage on any of their prospective carries to win a fight at this point.
And they will be catching up onto this top turret after getting a kill on Ahri.
You know, kill passed over by Poignards, who stepped forward. Thought they could get away, but you can see, you know, kind of what I was talking about. Sagi and Tainted Ones just have so much raw stats here with Muramana completed. Baron is going to be started here. This feels a little risky. Oh, good knock-up. That's what they needed. Bullet time behind it, but the Mega Inferno Bomb, half HPs, they're tanks! Crown takes to the front lines, will not get anything. Tainted Ones is traded out 1 for 1, but they will take that as Tainted Ones indeed manages to slip away on 1 HP. And they've got OO, Crown, and Yoshi in response. Berjaya don't even need the Baron at this point. They're going to get more.
And now they will head on to the Baron. Well survived by Tainted Ones. I thought he was going to be gone right there, but the entire team just coordinating so well, manages to just pummel RTZ, and now they're going to pummel the Baron all the way to the mid probably after this fight on the Baron.
Yep, we'll have a brief recall here as Berjaya go ahead and reset, but they've all got at least 2 heading towards third item at this point. Boots and enchantment in the bag. For anyone taking notes at home, Gargoyles continues to be the go-to for anyone playing remotely, tanky characters. No lockets here.
It seems like Gragas is just toying around top and manages to kill one. He's gonna get a kill. Oh, not quite yet.
No, Crown denies him. Successfully gets the Last Whisper, and indeed Suicune needs to blow their
he just
ultimate
distracted 3 champions at top. And they managed to take the mid tower. Oh, no.
Oh, dear Lord, Crown, 1 HP, gone. Yoshi should find this trade, but can't keep up. Needs to blow Flash to do it. And in the meantime, like you were talking about, 2 turrets taken down in the bottom lane. Inhibitor falls in mid. That's going to be 3 turrets, all of them in the bottom lane. And they're going to push all the way through towards the Nexus. A last stand here for RTZ as they try to hang in this qualifier. And there's simply no way. Berjaya Dragons make it look easy. They will be going to the group stage undefeated throughout the entire bracket to this point, and undefeated here in the semi-finals.
Zisune, that man just distracted almost the whole entire team of RTZ. They managed to take 2 turrets from that.
Yeah, Zisune capping off an incredible day of games. I am really impressed by the level of play that we saw from Berjaya. I praised earlier the way they were drafting. I will reiterate that. That was another very good draft out of them. And they know how to play to those win conditions. You could see them recognized not only what their strength was in those individual skirmishes, but also what their opponent's strengths were. And when they realized RTZ have these sick teamfight wombo combos, they never let them execute them.
Yeah, well played by both teams though, however. But let's take a look at the stats up.
This will be a pretty clean game. Multiple players don't die. Chili and Karuto both went through that game without being killed once. And I don't really want to look at the damage stats. If we could avoid knowing how much Karuto racked up across that game, I think it would be better for my soul.
This is my first time seeing a redemption in this event so far. And it's up on Chili.
We had one earlier today. I think all the Jannas today have run redemption.
I see.
It's easy to miss if you're not watching the aftermath of team fights, which is understandable. Karuto, 17,000 damage in a game that went, what, 10 minutes? That's incredible.
This whole entire team, Berjaya Dragons, very disciplined on what they do, and I just feel like they like to, I think they know that they're better than RTZ, and they just toyed around at top. Zisune is definitely the MVP for me after that distraction up, manages to get 3 champions up at top. Like, what is this man doing?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna raise Karuto. I think Karuto deserves huge praise. Their Oriana game was incredible. You know, just top of the damage charts every single game. We will get to see that MVP. We've also got to look ahead at our brackets. A look ahead, or a look back rather, at our brackets overall. That'll be after a lightning fast break, so make sure you stay tuned for that. But that does wrap our day of games. So, any kind of closing thoughts? How do you feel about today?
Congratulations to everyone actually, but Todak, Berjaya, good game, all the way back to the finals now. So good luck to them on the next one, and yeah, we'll hopefully see them and cast them.
Yeah, I think today, obviously our upset in the first series is, I think, the big highlight. I was very impressed with play from people like CY in that first series. The way they were playing AD carries was genuinely insane. I think we also got kind of a feeling for the competitive meta today. I think this was a really cool taste test of what's going on here in Malaysia and in Southeast Asian competitive gameplay overall. And I'm going to be very curious as we do go forward, because we do have more qualifiers that you can sign up for, find over at the ESL mobile site. We can get kind of an idea for what's going to stay over the next couple of patches. Obviously, we suspect that Ziggs is going to get knocked down a couple of pegs, but you have stuff like, you know, the Galio being added in, and does that change the prioritization of the supports? We saw Alistair kind of take a backseat to Braum today, which I didn't expect. There's a lot of very interesting data. Before we get too far into that, though, we're going to go to a lightning fast break. When we return, we're going to give away those MVP awards we've been promising all day and take a look back at the brackets. You won't want to miss it right after this.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba. Xian telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
We can't stay, so let's run away. And we shouldn't wait, not another day. I'm so in love, can you see my love? What you mean to me, living in a dream. High into the They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif kelas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba. Xian terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Thanks for staying with us. We are back to throw out the MVP awards for that last series and go over our brackets, closing out our day here at the end of the first Open Qualifier here at the ESL Mobile Open. My name is TJ, joined by Guitar Strings or Jackie as we wind things down here.
Well, I'm glad that everything now is over, and we do have our two teams moving forward, which will be Todak and Berjaya Dragons. Any teams you want to root for those two?
Well, I mean, the Berjaya Dragons. You know, I'm a very boring person, and I like rooting for Superman. I like rooting for the person that deserves to win, and Berjaya looked like the best team by far that we saw today. They are going to be a titan heading into the proper group stage of our Icon series, and, well, someone needs to step up to face them. We will have a couple more qualifiers for somebody to do exactly that, but it will be hard to impress me as much as they did today.
What's your prediction, though? I have a feeling it's going to be 2-1 unfortunately in favor of Berjaya, even though I said I do like underdogs.
For the finals?
3-1, sorry.
If we
Yeah,
do
3-1.
see those two teams meet, I think Berjaya will probably win pretty dominantly. But we had at least one upset today, so who knows? Let's talk about a different prediction. We did have the MVPs today. This series MVP will be an average of all the others. And I was going to ask you who you thought it would be, but you'll just feel vindicated by this. Congratulations to Zisune, the MVP of our second series of the day for the Berjaya Dragons, averaging the stats from all of those games. Gives him a very impressive KDA, 2, 1, and 3, getting 2 kills and 3 assists for every death, as well as truly, truly terrifying damage numbers. 100% kill participation.
I've been hyping this player up, Zisune, on his Kali and Gragas. Everything this guy's been doing has been impressing me so far. And in general, Berjaya Dragons been doing really great so far.
Yeah, they've done really great. We can take a look at the brackets as to exactly how great it was. They 3-0'd their match that we just saw, but they also didn't drop a single game across all of the series that they played during the qualifier. Obviously, for the best of ones, that's not particularly impressive, but they played several best of threes as well. Berjaya never stumbled, and they did qualify to the group stage home free. Homiee, on the other side, did drop exactly 1 game in their best of 5 semi-final earlier today, but otherwise executed a fairly clean upset over Todak.
Now, once again, Homiee is they're pretty unknown. As I've said before, this brand is dealing with teams that are actually related to gaming. But Homiee, they're another world. They're just a hostel. That's it. And just a Wild Rift team. Well done to Homiee getting into this far.
And I'm really excited for their players as well. One of the things that I really praised Berjaya Dragons for was the clarity of purpose they brought to game. Like, they very obviously were able to identify what they wanted to do out of the draft, what played to their strengths as a team, and execute it. And Homiee had that as well. They were playing around CY on his AD carries over and over again. They very clearly knew that was where one of their strengths as a team was. And they would build these beefcake compositions that were literally 4 tanks and an Ezreal, and put the Ezreal behind it, and it would work. And that's not quite the same as the flexible clarity that we saw from Berjaya. Like, I'm still favoring that if those teams face in the group stage. But I do think CY, the knowledge to say, okay, we trust CY to carry this game, we can draft 4 tanks and an Ezreal and it will work. That's its own kind of demonstration of teamwork, and it's something to keep your eye on as that team moves forward.
Well, I feel like that strategy might not work against Berjaya Dragons. I just think they teamwork is just a bit quite strong.
No, I completely agree. Obviously, Berjaya look like the strongest team today, but we've got plenty of weeks for that to change. As we're closing things out, let's also shout out JBL. The new JBL Quantum Series headsets are available now. You can find out more about these premium headsets at jbl.com.my. And also, we need to give a shout out to Udu, who make this entire broadcast happen. They're a customizable telco in Malaysia. And if you, the viewer, scan that QR code, you can download their app and get 5 gigabytes of data for free. So, a very special offer for our viewers today.
And lastly, talk about Berjaya. I do want to point out that since I talked about how strong their team cooperation is, Ezreal is always like throwing out the damage, but I think Berjaya has the way to actually go behind and actually kill up any kind of damage if they have 4 tanks.
Yeah, that's definitely something to pay attention to. It's been a really impressive day, just overall for Wild Rift, and a very impressive day certainly for Berjaya Dragons. I'm closing my notebook because I don't need it anymore. Thank you very much for joining me today, Jackie. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you to our wonderful producer, I, and the rest of the production team that made this entire broadcast happen. For now, have a great rest of your evening or morning if, like me, you're over here in America. For now, goodbye.
Goodbye.
From the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come, my tears, still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, telah pun tiba. Xian telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down, first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go one more. Okay.
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are. showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they'll say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We love the thrill. They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they'll say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. Introduce me. I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fascinated you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fascinated you. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fascinated you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fascinated you. Fascinated you. I tell you the truth. I'm fascinated you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fascinated you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? 'Cause
like Back to the Future, got my own time.